custody. So these are the issues there. Now he may be truly innocent. Maybe he not have hand in that particular issue, but you have affected her business, her name. People will hear that she got involved in cybercrime and everything. She scammed somebody. There's a way people will be looking at her, even if she's innocent. And there may not be time to actually verify if she's innocent because of the resources involved, the energy, the time. So you see it now. But she actually agreed that she gave the person the account number. You understand? So the person now, so you see it now. And another thing is that they were not telling me, okay, take us to this person you gave the account number.
No way.
She couldn't give exact direction. It was online, they met. Did the thing, maybe he promised her to give her a cut or something. Now the person noticed that the stuff have leaked. He left the whole thing on, he hung the whole bone on her neck.
Wow.
So that is the thing. So we have to be very careful. Although it's not easy, the country is hard, people are looking for a way to survive, and most times if you see any slight opportunity, you want to jump in and take it to be able to move on. But it's very important that we try to control ourselves to try and the best way to do it is to speak out. You see this, you ask someone near you, look at what I saw, what is your advice? Most times, all this scamming stuff, they will tell you, don't tell anybody. Someone chatted me last time and said, I have a business, I'll teach you. You're making 50,000 naira a week. You just give me, for your first win, you just give me 20,000 naira. Then you keep the rest, but don't tell anybody. I laughed. I told him, how will you be giving me this kind of business? He said, I should not tell. Let me invite other people now so that we join. The business will be big. Everybody making money. All of them will pay 20K to you in their first win. So the reason is that they will make it look as if they are helping you for not disclosing it. So that before you will be able to tell someone what actually happened, they are finished dealing with you. So that is the thing about all this stuff.
You know what the good book says? In the multitude of counsel, there is safety. So anytime anyone tells you, don't tell anyone, don't tell your mother, don't tell your father, don't tell your friends, my brother, run.
That is the thing.
All right. So moving on, Joshua, I want to ask you a fun question. Okay. Of all the platforms, social media platforms, which of them do you feel harbors a lot of inflammatory or insightful posts the most?
I will not actually be able to say that it's actually this particular one because it depends on the one you use the most. Like from Facebook now, I've seen people, so many of them, from Messenger, they will just chat you up, this and that, they did the other one, did the other one, business this. Then on WhatsApp too. So the thing is that it depends on your exposure to each of these platforms. Like I noticed that most times I see online courses, join this one, we teach you photography, we teach you the other one, you join. There are so many people in that group. Now, I notice that most times, once I join such group, I'll have a private chat.
More of those.
You understand? And what I do immediately, I have a private chat, is to go to your bio and check the groups we have in common. Before I will even reply you. I will not notice that this group is the group I just joined. We are together in that group. I will not say, okay. You understand? That is the first step. Because you just join the group, maybe from Facebook, you see the link, join the WhatsApp group, you just enter. Within few minutes of, let's say maybe one day, someone will just chat you up that is see this from this. Just tell you one nonsense name and like that. That is this on this and that. You give this one, give you this business. So once I see that, I'm already, I'm aware. I will just check the person's bio, see the groups we have in common. I see that is that group I just enter. So you see, it's more like the way you expose yourself, the more they get to you. If you jump and click links, you should be very careful. Yes. Especially on Facebook.
Yes.
There's one I clicked last time. Do you know what happened? I just say a new something. So the person will now call you. There's a message you got, phone number, number you got now, and a text message. Just call that phone number for me. If you are not careful, once you call it, you want to log into Facebook again, your account is gone.
What are some of the regulatory mechanisms on WhatsApp? Because WhatsApp seems to be the most used messenger platform, right?
Yes.
We know about the two-step verification. Tell us about it. And I think there are a couple of others that have actually, been added to the list. Just tell us about it.
Okay, the two-step verification is a kind of, if you do it with WhatsApp, they will request you to put a code. So after, maybe if you use WhatsApp for some time, they will require that code from you. Maybe when you want to use it again, they ask you to put that your code. So this is just to make sure that as time goes on, you are still in charge. So if they require that code now,
they
and they
use
has
it to
entered,
track
yes,
ownership.
and they have entered the hand of a wrong person, the person will not know the code. So you will not be able to
access
the
WhatsApp.
WhatsApp, yeah. Like you can be using it for some time, you keep your phone, before you open again, the code will pop up requesting you to put it. Once you put it, you continue what you are going. So that is the two-step. Then again, if anything happen again, you can have a signal with that phone number you register the WhatsApp with. Before any resetting can be done or anything, they will have to send the resetting code to you through that phone number. So that even if you lost that account, someone will be using it for some time, but when the person want to reset anything, they will have to send that code to that your phone number, so that you can only give out that code to the person. If you give it, the person can access your WhatsApp. If the person can't get it, he can't access. So for Facebook too, they use phone number. They can also use your email. But I rely more on that email, because even if you don't have that phone number, but you still have access to your email. Anywhere you are, you can access it and be able to pick up. Had it been I'd not have that email in my Facebook, then the account will be gone by now. Just we take it and start. And what they do is that once they take the account, they start using it to scam
other people
that know you. Like people that you're having friends over, that are your friends on Facebook now, you start telling them this is a business that is doing this. Before they realize that you are not actually the one, they have finished what they want to do. So that is the thing.
Interesting. We need to talk about the government. Are they lay down regulations, right? I don't know if you heard of the recent crackdown on this guy on Twitter, Anonymous.
Yes.
Right? Did he break any codes, or was it just within the ambits of the law to express his thoughts about governance?
Okay. Okay, I'll put it this way. There should be laid down rules, although I may not even know all of them, because
when you say there should be, means there's none. There are no rules.
Maybe if we get to the Constitution, there may be something talking about.
When the Constitution was drawn, there was nothing like social media. Right?
But I believe there should be a backup document
regulating like
guidelines on how you should go about it, like how you talk on social media, because there is freedom of speech, but there's a way you talk, it becomes hate speech. You understand? So I think in that side, there should be something regulating how your conduct in social media, how you talk to your fellow human being, how you talk about the government. Because one thing is that I don't actually support people that come out rightly on social media and condemn everything. In everything you are condemning, there should be some good thing too. You understand? So, but some people, out of anger anyway, or frustration of the economy and everything, we just come and... Then there's what we call vital information, that you don't just come and disclose anyhow, because you have freedom of speech. So these are things we need to pay keen attention to. Because now, there's freedom of speech. You can talk about bad governance. Although in our country, the way it is, they say that there's freedom before speech, but there may not be freedom after speech.
After speech.
You understand? Because of the regulation of the laws and everything. Because somebody, I believe, should have the right to say that the government is not doing well here and doing well here. And if it's actually true, the person should be allowed to stay. But most times, from what we see around our own country, the opposite seems to be the case where someone will actually say the right thing and he will be punished for it. You understand? So that is one thing. That is why somebody will tell you that this government is not doing well. Look at what they're supposed to do. They did not do it. And the government will go after the person, imprison the person. You will now be asking, what did this person do? Nobody will answer you until when they want to release the person. So that is the issue now. Even if there is a regulation written down, laid down rule, who are those people that are supposed to be making sure that we follow this regulation, enforcing it? So that if someone chat me up now, I know the person is calm, and I'm notified the authority involved, are they willing to pick it up from there? That is the question. Sure. You understand? Because it's not just like I noticed that this person is obviously a scammer from how I now say so and so account did this and did that, I reported it. Will the people in charge be willing and ready and capable to take it up immediately and possibly bring the person to book, so that I will see that justice was actually meted?
That's right. Okay, so before we wrap up, I have this one question for you.
Okay.
A while ago, there was this video making the rounds, where a couple of videos actually, where you see a supposed terrorist, right, with money, stacked around him, with ammunition, obviously flaunting, his wealth off of banditry,
Yes.
right? Now, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I get to see this video go viral. What can I do, or how do I report this, or is there a whistleblowing mechanism, or just what should I do? Should I just lean over it and say, it's one of those things? Because we're talking how to curb terrorism with social media. What would you advise someone to do if you see such videos without putting himself or herself in harm's way?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, the thing is that the video, we have seen things like that. They will tell you this is the money they made from ransom,
Yes,
people they
yes,
kidnap, and then you
yeah.
see ammunition, they seized it from the military or stuff like that, with parading with guns and everything. Some people
Yes.
don't even cover their face. It's common. So, but I think if the system is actually working, what you just need is to hashtag the agency that's supposed to take care of that. They will follow it up.
Okay, how do you
understand?
hashtag?
Hashtag, if you know the actual name, you can put a hash, then followed by @ You can tag the person. If you just type @
Okay, okay.
the thing, it will
It
pop
brings
up.
out,
Yes.
it pop up.
So when you now click on it, you see it highlighted there.
Okay.
So it's supposed to notify whosoever that is managing that particular account of that people.
There's always a
that he
clapback. Is there a fear of a clapback, because they will know you sent? So
You are not actually that way now. You are not actually the person sending the video. You just saw it flowing, and maybe in another person's channel or anything. You just hashtag them. When they come, they will not. They only know that you are the one that mentioned them.
Okay.
But it's not on your channel. They will see the video.
Okay.
They carry already. They will see it there. It's just like you now. You saw vital information on Facebook.
All right.
You hashtag someone you know they will need the information. The person will get a notification from Facebook. So person mentioned you.
All right. So
when the person now click, you see what the information.
Oh wow! Thank you so much. I wish I had more time with you, but you've been of immense help, and I'm sure someone is glad listening to you right now. So thank you so very much. There you have it. Social media is actually a double-edged sword. So if you must use social media, use it with caution. All right. New Day still continues right after this break. Don't go anywhere. George, thank you. On our Abuja Rebound segment, we had a very interesting topic on social exclusion, on sustainable development goals, and we had an important guest coming to talk to us about this topic. He is Adekunle Adekonye, I beg your pardon, Adekonye Bolutife. Please take a listen and hear what he had to say.
Good morning to you and welcome to Signature Morning once again. My name is Godwin Sunday. Well, the issues around social development goals has become a pressing issues across the world. But we have a lot of social exclusion that surrounds this issue. Well, it's on this premise that we're bringing to you this morning a social development goal advocate in the person of Boluwatife Adekoya, who've been helping us put some issues in perspective so that we can all have a general understanding what the social development goal is all about and how can the youth benefit from various social development goal initiatives being put together by the United Nations. You're welcome to Signature Morning, Boluwatife.
Good morning to you. Again, my name remains Boluwatife Adekoye. Good to meet you.
All right, and basically, let's begin this conversation. A lot of persons out there are curious to know what is social development goal. Let's start from that. Is it an exclusive goal? Is it a goal that is targeted at a particular people or race or tribe? What is this generality of social development goal? Let's start the conversation from there.
Okay. Social developmental goal, which is sustainability developmental goal, right, is what is for everyone. Based on your question, it's not just for maybe young person or for just because everyone is being affected by what have come together to form these global goals altogether. And the emergence of these sustainability developmental goals have started since year 2000, where we have the Millennium Goals, and over a period of like 15 years, they had to end the program and again start the sustainability developmental goal, which is to run to 2030, why we call it the SDG 2030. Thank you.
All right, so many have argued that youth activisms often lacks the power to influence policies, and then that sustainability goal efforts can be superficial and short-lived, just like other policies. How do you think that this goal can be sustained? And looking at the youth involvement in the sustainability goal policies.
Okay. Over the years, since the sustainability developmental goal has started, we've had different policies coming up around it to ensure that all countries buy into it. Because to me, SDG cut across every sector in life as an human being. Why I try for being passionate about humanity. And based on your question, I would say that, well, youth generally, being that they are the front runner to see that they are buying into that idea, coming in context to Nigerian environment, if I should put it that way, it's a little bit tricky because of the line of leadership, whereby we say youth are the leaders of tomorrow, and we are finding it very difficult to have the youth to participate in influencing policy. The environment itself, the way the structure is, has been so challenging, and so youth now trying to buy into the idea of going in, learning about policy to influence policy becomes a bigger challenge in our environment. And the few people that are entering into that space, and even through the media, are being silenced. So that makes it a little bit tricky, but we don't have to keep quiet, we don't relent, we just have to keep pushing. And for those who are still buying into it, that, okay, we want the whole world to know about the sustainability developmental goal, and we keep advocating. That's just it.
All right, so let's bring this social sustainable development goal, let's drive it home a bit. Boluwatife, in the generality of this social development policy, we've come to realize that it is one-sided. What I mean by one-sided is the urban areas in Nigeria tend to talk more about the sustainability development goal, while the rural area that have large resources we don't get that education driven down to the rural areas in the country as it stands right now. So are we saying that there is a total social exclusion of this policy in Nigeria, or it has been segmented? You are an advocate, so I want you to react to this so that Nigerians out there can have a perspective. If they are being segregated, or this policy is to favor one segment of the country and abandon other fragments of the country.
Okay, great. I love this question. Why? Is because this is not just about the policy. Part of the policy is where the SDG first stands as quality education, right? But I keep talking about the Nigerian context of the approach to education itself. Hadn't been with education being spread across the whole country, that a child in a rural area is accessible to education, or that is a proper education, then it wouldn't have looked as if certain policy now is finding its way very difficult to reach them. So in a country by over the last statistics showing that almost 20 million girl child are out of school. So, and as someone who has also been able to go to the up north and seen how children are roaming about the almajiris and the rest like that, if I should call it that way, and not having access to education makes it so challenging that the basis of what they even had to know in education becomes a very, very difficult. And being that is challenging, to now have people to drive a policy for sustainability goals to those premises becomes very challenging. But as much as that is, we are still trying to break that barrier and ensure that through the medium of now the sustainability developmental goal, we are now pushing that, the push of education to those communities. And I can give different instances of how these, even through international organizations, are collaborated with few organizations here in Nigeria to drive quality education in those remote places. Maybe in the course of the questions, I will be able to expatiate more on that.
All right, so invariably you're saying right now, it is not one-sided. It is being driven down. All right, so let's agree with you on that, and to a certain extent. Let's bring it back home a bit, again, for the second time. A lot of NGOs are springing forth. A lot of organizations are trying to partner with the United Nations, especially in Nigeria, in the Federal Capital Territory, in order for them to promote sustainability development goal. I want to ask, in this level of education, what are they certified? What are the criteria that are required for them to be able to push this goal? Because what a man does not know, it is difficult for man to interpret. And what we've seen right now, we've seen a lot of persons telling you they are pushing for sustainability developmental goals. So I ask you as an advocate, are there trainings being put together to ensure that people that say they are sustainability developmental experts can now beat their chest and speak as an authority in that field? Are there training, or anybody can just delve into this field and become a sustainability developmental goal NGO professional, just like we've seen over time? I think this is one of the reasons why it's not been driven to the grassroots, because we don't have a lot of professionals. But you are the expert here as an advocate. What do you think about the orientation and training of the trainer systems for sustainability developmental goals?
Okay, great. Now, regarding your question, I will say, fine, there might be a little bit of lapses. So to now say that SDG experts, well, being an advocate requires a lot of trainings, in the sense that you have to attend capacity buildings for you to understand what that SDG actually stands for. You can't dive. I think this is one of the challenge for youth generally on the African side, whereby we find it very difficult to read. So you just feel like, oh, this thing is the one as the talk of the town, and you just feel like, let me just be into it, and the peripheral of it is what you are just following, that they should just see me that. But it's more than that. is you being able to acquire the necessary capacity in the sense of taking the necessary trainings, going forth to understanding what the SDG itself involves. And it's not hidden. All the available materials to you understanding this are being provided. Organizations even hold capacity building where they want people who are interested in SDGs to come over. We've just marked the International Youth Day, just this concluded month, and it was a platform for young Nigerians, for them to come over to hear from experts of what they are actually doing, and those who are interested, for them all to get an insight, network together, and see how they can keep driving the goals together. So I think for me, I would say that it's of necessity that you go deep in learning, understanding what the SDG itself involves. This has cut across a lot of media publicity, and even you having those who are, let me use for example, not promoting a brand. There is a phone presently now that for you charging the phone, there is a feature there that lets you know that you are talking about SDGs. Just to put it straight to you that, okay, you have to understand these SDGs. Just on your network, click on it, digest what SDG is, because beyond the general 17 goals, on each of them have their own item of ways at which you can approach the SDGs. Given, for example, you have the SDG 1 as you having it as no poverty. You are having for another track under it 1.1, 1.2, breaking it down like that, where you are able to read what it really entails, and then you can now say, oh, I've understood what this is. So coming to the angle of, oh, there are a lot of NGOs. To me, I would say, fine, there are a lot of NGOs. The main purpose is, what is their vision? What is their ambition? Why are they connecting to connecting to sustainability developmental goal? Is it just to get the visibility, or actually?
Perhaps it's the next fat cow. It's the biggest fat cow right now in town, so I don't know.
Yeah, it is, in the sense that the goal is 2030, right? That we want all certain things to be put in place. You know, quality education reaching all are sundry, and at the same time, for NGOs, to me, I would say it's more than just connecting to the SDGs. Let the SDG be a driving board for you, but in whatsoever you are doing, ensure that it reaches the targeted audience, in you being able to say you are imparting life. So there must be an impact, and also being able to measure your results.
So let's even bring this conversation and talk about the government. Before a government comes into play, I understand that they have a lot of manifesto, as it were, before they come into play. As it stands right now, the SDG, I beg your pardon, have their own agenda that has been set. Now, looking at the government manifesto, that's most governments have not been able to completely utilize or fulfill, if you like to use that word. Can we now say bringing the SDG, wouldn't that be a form of distraction to governments that have their own agenda? And can this also be the reason why we don't have a lot of government, especially at the state and the local government level, not getting too involved in SDG policies and programs?
Okay. This sounds interesting because in 2022, when we had the Active Now week of SDGs, targeted on flipping the script, I was privileged to be in an hangout event where we were able to talk about the specific area you are talking about. And truly, being an eve to the election, like the year was an eve to 2023 election in Nigeria, we tried to call the attention of aspirants to them being able to say, whatsoever you are doing, let it be something that is targeted along the lines of the SDGs, so that whatsoever you are doing will be globally seen, driven, and being able to meet up the social needs. Because what is government itself if not for them to be able to provide social amenities to the people? And if you are saying providing social amenities to the people, both in education, ending poverty, ending hunger in the land, security issue where SDG 16, peace and justice and security issues is being itemized, then you have been able to consider the weather change, because we all have been affected. Now we are in rainy season in this part of Nigeria right now, and flooding has started. So here is climate change SDG 13 that talks about these things. And when there are issues, flooding, the government needs to take proactive actions to ensure that that doesn't keep occurring, right? Not until when it has occurred that you now start providing relief materials. No, let it be in your agenda from now. And I think that still boils down to us saying the type of leadership we are producing in our nation as it stands right now. That one is another big topic on its own when it comes to government and them being able to buy into these policies. Mind you, these SDGs did not just come into limelight like that without the government themselves, if I should put it that way, in the sense that this has been through the United Nations, which, let me give, Nigeria is part of the United Nations, and all leaders were being called, seated down, then in the days of the Millennium Goals, to see how they can know the problem across each countries, where they were able to bottle everything together to form a 17, to now break it down in 2015 as 17 goals for us. And so for anybody now coming in to hold such offices should be able to, like, let's key into this and use it as our driving to achieving our mandate for our people, that our people
And that was Bolutife Adekoya talking about how the role of the Nigerian youth in closing the gaps of social exclusion when it has to do with sustainable developmental goals. All right, still on Abuja, we had this discussion too that came up on internship policy. NYSC rejects HND graduates at orientation camps, and we had our guest Bilal Aliyu coming to the studio to talk to us about this topic. Please take a listen.
Fine morning to you and welcome to Signature Morning. I am Godwin Sunday. Now this morning we'll be talking about the internship policy where the NYC rejects HND graduates at orientation camps without industrial training certifications. And joining me in this conversation is Bilal Aliyu, who is a public affairs analyst. You're welcome to Signature Morning, Bilal.
It's my pleasure, Michael.
Okay, Godwin.
Godwin, yeah.
All right, so let's get into the conversation. What do you make of this policy by NYSC? where if HMD graduates don't go for their 1 year training, IT training, and get certification for the industrial trainings, they won't be allowed to serve, because we just saw the last couple of days in the orientation cabinet, they were sent back home. What do you make of this development?
Well, first of all, I feel that shouldn't really be a priority, because there's been a deficit in our educational system today, you know, in the sense that it's being rigid, you know, and the people frontline in the educational sectors are being conservative about, you know, the policies that, you know, guide the educational sector today. Well, we all know that the polytechnic students, like, go through industrial attachment twice, like on the first, during the OND, the first year they go for like three months, you know, serious. Then after the OND, then they proceed to go for the mandatory 1 year industrial attachments before proceeding for their HND. But, you know, we tend to find that a lot of people don't, you know, partake in the 1 year mandatory internship. I think last month ago, the NYSC came out with a circular, you know, which stated that any PCM, prospective core members, who doesn't, you know, possess that certificate of completion of the 1 year mandatory internship wouldn't be registered in the camp. Well, actually, we shouldn't just, you know, bring this whole situation to only polytechnic students, university students too, because we all know that polytechnic students are more ready for the, you know, labor markets, are well prepared, and they have the technical skills that would enable them thrive in the labor markets. That's one of the advantages that they have over, you know, students who go to like the normal conventional universities, you know. And the universities today, some people don't, you know, some courses don't require, you know, any form of internship. It's more of like the technical ones, and which is just 6 months. And we know that the polytechnic students are more productive, because going to the polytechnic, it's more of like a practical based form of educational, you know, system, which the university system doesn't, you know, have at all. So I feel this shouldn't be a priority yet. What they should look at is to, you know, review the educational policy of the country and see how they can, you know, bridge the gaps in the educational sector today.
All right. So Bilal, it has become like a popular question everywhere, where people ask the salient question of are Nigerians' youth being penalized by the government? Look at the NYSC policy right now of to polytechnic students. They've suffered some form of degradation when it has to do with result classifications in the country. There was a time where if you have NYSC, if you have HND, you've been ridiculed as though you didn't even have, it's not equivalent to a degree. And right now they're being thrown through this. Is this a direct target? Is this whole activity aimed at punishing the Nigerian youth, or is aimed at further degrading polytechnics? Let's look at it from this light.
You know, as I said earlier, man, it's more of like the policies, you know, being implemented by the people frontlining the educational sector, you know, which is very, very insensitive. Because, you know, there is more of like a skill qualification framework, whereby for you to like possess, you know, an equivalent of a bachelor's degree, you have to go through other forms of educational institution, like the vocational. You know, we have the normal academic, you know, schools. Then we now have like the vocational form of like education, because most times there are people that are just, you know, born naturally, you know, blessed with skills and anything that has to do with, you know, crafts and all. And looking at the Nigerian economy today, we don't just need people who go to conventional universities. We need skills that could be that to enable us address national issues, because in the country today there is a whole lot of the gaps in the skill and craft sector today. And the issues between the BSc holders and the HND holders needs to be addressed, because there's a form of stigmatization on the on the holders of HND qualification. Because when you go to the labor market, what the labor market needs, it's the people with the required skills to enable their organizations solve problems which the universities don't have. In an advanced world today, they even more consider people with vocational skills, that's polytechnic certificate holder markets, because they know it is strictly practical based. So in this case now, I feel the government needs to review the educational sector. We need more of vocational education, because when you look at we graduating people from the universities, undergoing undergoing courses like computer science, mechanical engineering, and whereby when you take them to the field, they don't have or possess what it takes to deliver in the labor market. That's why most of our students, citizens, when they go out to the foreign countries in search of greener pastures, their certificates are being rendered useless, because they don't have what it takes to partake in the labor market. So I feel we have to review the educational system. You can't just be running a curriculum for the past 20 years without having a review about it, because right now the educational, we're in a knowledge economy. The educational sector today needs, it's more of like the tech world, whereby every year or every two years you have different technologies, and different, and trends and all that you have to adopt, or else you'll be,
obsolete.
Kicked out of the markets. So that's the situations that these are the issues that we are facing. It's just like a Nigerian student going to study computer science in the university. It's just more of if a student doesn't tend to go out for professional courses with maybe training institutes like the NIT and New Horizons, Aptech, and all for self-development, it will be as if you're just wasting a whole 4 years of your life, because the curriculums are outdated. We are seeing new technologies today, the Python, C++, the artificial intelligence. But a Nigerian student in the university is still being taught Fortran and COBOL, which are first generational programming language that can solve any problems in this third world. You see maybe a 70-year-old professor who is administering lectures to students based on this what do they call it, old programming, languages. And in that case, when they go to the labor market, they're unable to deliver, because the tech industry keeps, it's dynamic. It's not static. It keeps changing, new technology. So you have to keep, to the latest trends. And another thing again is that our academics, the professors and the lecturers, don't, go for, trainings. They don't train and retrain themselves, to be, ahead of, the time. I know, and most of the research that they keep doing are obsolete. The research that don't, provide solutions to real world problems. That's why in most cases you tend to find out that most Nigerian professors present or propose, issue out proposals for research grants, and they are being torn down, because they don't. The essence of a research is to find solutions to a problem, but the contents of their research is being based on like finding solutions to archaic problems that we don't need.
So Bilal, invariably you say that this policy is not targeted at further deteriorating and expanding the scope and the gap that exists between the government and the Nigerian youths.
Well, actually, the issue here is that we just need to have like a review
of the policy,
of the educational policy, because the people frontlining the educational sector today are static. They are not ready to like upgrade themselves, go out for, refresher courses, to keep abreast of the latest, trends and global technologies. Just like, for example, now, you go into a Nigerian university, there are no projectors like for, you see a professor coming into the classroom, writing codes on the boards, instead of like having a projector where you can like, practicalize, the whole thing for them to be able to like.
All right, sorry for cutting you at this point, but parents are asking at this point, who should be responsible for this whole razzmatazz, if you like to use that word, this whole jamboree of students arriving at orientation campgrounds and they are not given access because they don't have their 1 year IT certification? Should we blame the school? Should we blame the parents? Or should we blame the students or the graduates at this point in time? This conversation borders on three people. Should we be blaming the school? Shouldn't the school do some form of homework to ensure that before students begin to proceed to NYC orientation camp, they should have some form of, the head should roll, somebody should be able to take this blame. So who should we channel this to? So one is curious, it is a public issue of like people coming to Kuba orientation camp here and they were denied access. Who should be held responsible for this system deficit or this let's see, this lapses that has sprung forth?
Well, actually, this whole thing revolves like, so the parties involved in this, because first of all, university students are giving more. They give more preference to value. University students are more valued than polytechnic students.
But this case is a polytechnic student issue. So
yeah. No, I'm going to let me learn. So looking at this situation now, a university degree takes 4 years. Some courses, depending on the courses, like a minimum of 4 years, and a polytechnic, the OND is 2 years, and the HND is an extra 2 years, making it 4 years. Then you now have a 1 year internship. When you look at it, it's not fair on the polytechnic students. It means that they're undergoing the training for 5 years, and their qualifications is not equivalent to a bachelor's degree. It's not really fair at all. The government needs to review this whole, because someone with a HND can't go or proceed for a master's degree. So you have to go to the PGD.
So the government should take responsibility for these lapses.
Yes, they are
so
part of the crisis.
NYC is at fault for students leaving their houses and knowing fully well that they didn't have the required certification and coming to orientation camp, and now they are being sent back home. Or the students should be able to be indifferent in this situation.
As I said earlier, it's the whole force, revolves within the parties, and there's the parents, the universities. Okay, you've done your OND, and you're proceeding to your HND. Why admit students into HND programs whereby they don't have certificate of completion of their 1 year mandatory internship? The schools too are part of the problems, and the government is also part of the problems.
Okay, so
and also the students.
It's a shared blame game.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
All right, let's move on, Bilal, at this point. A lot of persons will say that right now with this policy by the government, which is not necessarily targeted at the polytechnic just to give them a form of a standard, by these and other things that the policy that the NYC have put up lately, including the non-implementation of the minimum wage, like the director came out to say that they're not going to implement the minimum wage. They've not gotten to that level. Looking at all of this, and again, looking at the fact that a lot of people have lost their lives in the course of serving Nigeria, their motherland, should we at this point say that the NYC has overstayed its welcome across the country? Looking at it from the advantage it has so far, have we achieved enough in national unity to say that NYC have achieved its aim? Or should we say that it's just a policy failure right now? That's why it's like this. You're a public affairs analyst, and I know that you have in-depth knowledge on these things. Of course, I'm a journalist, so you educate me on this.
Well, we all know that the NYC was established immediately after the Civil War, and with the sole aim of like national integration, you know, over the years, because the Civil War was caused by, you know, hate speech, you know, religious bigotry, and those are the things that fueled the, you know, the Civil War. And in that sense, there was no form of regional integration. Someone living from the north will hardly travel to the south in order to see what the country looks like. But, you know, with the establishment of the NYC has like given it a chance to, you know, graduates to experience, you know, what the country like, you know, looks like, because Nigeria is a very diverse nation, but we still, this hasn't, you know, helped in, you know, improving regional integration and in the country today. You know, we still see issues of like, you know, hate speech, religious bigotry, and all. So in this case, instead of scrapping the National Youth Service scheme, they need to reform the National Youth Service in this case, whereby they allocate more funds into the scheme. They have to, like, you know, review the policy. You know, I know when you go to like most you find out that most corpers are being trained in the camp. It's just 21 days. Like they have what they call the Said, whereby they teach people on craft skills in order for them to be self-independent after their service year. But 21 days is not enough for you to, like, you know, acquire or learn a craft. So in this sense, they need to like review centers partnered with NYC. Some have to like pay from their own pockets, you know. So in this case, the program needs to be reviewed. In that sense, in order to, because in this country, what we need to look at right now is skills. What the young people need is skills. It's not really, you know, white collar jobs, because we don't even have enough industries to accommodate most of, you know, the graduates in there. Most of the industries are like companies and multinationals are moving out of the country and going to neighboring countries like Ghana, and in this case we tend to find out that it increases the rate of unemployment. So we are more focused on those issues of white collar jobs. So the main thing that we need right now is for the government to invest in skills.
All right, so Bilal, I asked that question in order to ask this one as a follow-up question to that. People are agitated that if the polytechnic students are getting an unfair treatment, they should be allowed to, some form of service corps should be developed for them differently, that distinguishes them from the university, so that they will be able to also meet up with their own timing. Because after the C-West, you now come and do your industrial attachment, the timing is a little bit, the gap is wide. So in order for them to bridge that gap, polytechnic students should be given an opportunity to do their own thing and their own service. So invariably, polytechnic students are calling for a lot of things, demanding for a lot right now. So I'm asking right now, Bilal, again, for the second time, looking at the NYC and its generality, should we be talking about another NYC campground for Polytechnic and a separate one for university students? Should that be a conversation that should take a national debate?
You know, looking at creating another scheme for the Polytechnic students, it's not a priority. What the governments need to do, they need to, you know, make a policy whereby they've been pushing for this, but it's not, you know, prospering at all. They have to, you know, make sure that the Polytechnic graduates and the university graduates are equal. You get, when you go to advanced countries, I don't know, we don't do more of like, you know, educational exchange, you know, programs. We don't look at some of our foreign counterparts like Finland and the UK, you know. When you go to the UK, for example, for you to be a graduate, you don't necessarily need to have a bachelor's degree. You can go, you have a HND and also progress to maybe a master's program or the PGD. And there are also professional qualifications too. Like when you look at ACCA, for example, which is like one of the world's foremost accounting regulatory body. Once you have an ACCA certification, it's equivalent, you know, to a degree, and with that you can proceed, you know, to having a PGD and also an MSc. In those days, even here in Nigeria, most of, you know, our, you know, grandparents, you know, were opportune to like travel out of the country to acquire, you know, foreign education. Some had to like go through, you know, what they call the city and guilds. It's in levels. You know, the city and guilds have qualification framework where there is one that is equivalent to a school side, an SSE, even a diploma, and also a HND, and even a master's too. So they go through this. They don't go to the conventional universities. They go through maybe the city and guilds, you know, training to acquire the skills because they are more technical than the universities, and it makes it equivalent, because such qualifications like equivalent to a holder of a bachelor's degree. Because when you look at someone going to a conventional university or maybe having going up to an MSc and all, it's more of like an academic qualification. But this is, you know, looking at the ACCA, City and Guilds are known to be professional qualifications which are equivalent to, you know, the university degrees, because someone with a professional qualification is going into a technical field, you know, to, you know, enable him solve problems, you know, for it could be for his organization or maybe for his own personal, you know, business. But here in this part of the world, we are solely dependent on the conventional, like academic education. After your high school, you go straight to the university to get a degree. We value, you know, degrees way better than, you know, technical and professional skills. So I feel that's where the areas where the government needs to look at. We need to invest more on skills, you know, in order to, you know, enables of us like integrates the economies and make the country way better.
Well, Bilal, I wanted to take you up again on this other issue of converting NYC students can be converted. NYC core members can be converted to serve in the Nigerian army since we do the endurance trek. So I should feel that we should be able to, at least to a certain level, convert the core members to various military wing and paramilitary. I want us to talk about the structures of the NYC, but I've been signaled right now that we have to go. Probably we'll do this again, talking about public issues that borders on public concern, Bilal. So I want to say at this point, thank you so much for being a part of Signature Morning, Bilal.
It's my pleasure, Michael.
All right, we'll get into that conversation, but definitely not today. Well, viewers, this is how far we can go this morning on Signature Morning. I believe so much that the government is watching right now, and proactive steps are being taken to ensure that both the Nigerian universities and that of the Polytechnic certifications are regulated in such a way that even in the NYC orientation programs, a lot of modalities can be put to also try to rejig the system, just like Bilal have said. Well, this is how far we can run. I'll return you right now back to our ENUGU studio for more updates on Signature Morning.
And that was our guest, Bilial Aliyu, having this discussion with Signature TV Abuja correspondent Godwin Sunday on the controversies surrounding the internship policy as NYSC rejects HND graduates from orientation camps. So moving on, we still have another interesting topic of discussion, local government autonomy. The journey so far, we had a guest, person of Shola Afuye, coming to the studio to discuss this matter with Godwin Sunday. Take a listen.
Within Nigeria, how far have we gone with this conversation? Have we been able to address the pressing issue that borders on local government autonomy? Have local government actually gotten an autonomy in the real sense of the word autonomy? Well, this is my way of saying welcome to Signature Morning. Here with me, I am Godwin Sunday, and with me in the studio to discuss this issue on local government autonomy and the way forward is a political analyst who happens to be Shola Afuye, and he'll be helping us to put these conversations in perspective. You're welcome to Signature Morning, Shola.
Thank you very much. It's good to be on your program this morning.
All right, thank you so much for honoring our invitation.
Yeah.
All right, so let's delve into it. The issues of around local government autonomy. How far have we gone so far? Have we really, as local government, been automized, if you like to use that word?
Yeah, I actually love your build-up. You mentioned some certain words that are so germane to this discussion, like crucial. It has been so crucial and difficult for local government to strive under the Nigeria context. If we say we borrow this system of government from our colonial masters, we further by trying to learn how democracy works in America, we realize it is not wrong in the first place for us to have a tier of government that includes the local government. You know, local government, we can continue to talk about the importance, the quality of what local government stands for. We can continue to talk about it. The more we are talking about it, we have millions of reasons why it's not functioning in Nigeria. That is where the problem is. Over time, local government has always been a tier of government that every constitution of the Nigerian government has been dealing with from time to time. We have had many series of reforms.
Yeah.
Far back 1960, up to date. And every reform you see in local government administration has not said anything about let's remove this tier of government. But they have been unable to find solution to reason why local government is not functioning the way it is.
What do you mean by that?
Look, local government as an agent of transformation ought to have been well positioned for quality, efficient service delivery. But you're beginning to look at why it's not functioning the way it should be functioning. When you say a particular tier of government is in position to take off burdens from the government at the center, giving them with the responsibility to take care of the people at the local government, at the grassroots, speak to them in the language they will best understand, solve the problem within the locality, take away the burden, and to the extent, if you look into all the reforms about the local government administration has the power to generate revenue. make expenditure, make bylaws. It is the entire whole body of government, the replica of the federal government, through their elected members. But you know, political or governance in Africa, in Nigeria in particular, will not do something in such a way it will work because of selfish interest.
Well, yeah.
Let me land on this thought.
All right, please.
When people are saying autonomy, we are talking about local government autonomy as if it's a strange word. Autonomy has always been there, the way it is created by the law and by looking at the series of reforms up to date, even though to the level of the 1999 Constitution that gave birth to this present Fourth Republic we are operating presently. But what happened immediately this particular under this Fourth Republic? What happened to the local government? That should have been our question. We should not be talking about autonomy as if it's alien. We should not be talking like autonomy as if we are doing the local government a favor. The autonomy has always been there. But Nigerian politicians are so cruel against the people, against their own people. Because if you say local government, politics is local. That means the same president of the country, the governor of the state, they all belong to a particular place, which is local.
All right, Shola, let's even talk to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has come out to say that going forward, local government will begin to enjoy from the government coffers. So no more giving the government, the state government who's now shared to the local government. Let's talk about the financial aspect of the local government. So do you agree with that the local government are not prudent enough? That was why state government were saddled with that responsibility of sponsoring or giving the local government some form of finance so that the local government can stay afloat. Is it due to the fact? Let's take it from the historical perspective before we move further.
The question is, how many people, how many governors in this country under different governments has been held responsible for not obeying the law? Law is the constitution of this country is the non-grum. Without the constitution of this country, this country will not be in existence. It's the same law, the same constitution that says for us to manage the financial affair of local government, to supervise, because the same constitution gave a supervisory role over the government, over the local government to the state. And for prudency, for accountability, let the local government money to bring in discipline, financial discipline, let the local government money be paid into the joint account that is referred to as JAC for onward distribution to the local government. There is still the same joint account allocation account in this country whereby the federal government receives money on behalf of the state units, and the same money is given to the state. The federal government has never held on to the money of the state government. The same money of the local government is being paid into the same joint account that the state government is supervising. Are you getting me? Why are they not releasing the fund? That means it's a matter of law. But the same constitution in 1999, let me say this, that allow the local government to live, to strive, to be independent when it comes to their expenditure, their revenue, to make bylaw, still go by giving power to the state assembly to enact law on how the local government is regulated, in the same 99 constitution. Let me read out for clarity's sake. He said, okay, where is it? He said, in order to give them legitimacy to control revenue accruing to local government, states are required to make laws that regulate the operation of joint allocation account committee. Some states enacted law through their state as assembly. They enact to make law, that means to enact law. You understand? To make deduction.
Which section is that? Sorry.
Section 7, subsection 3 and 2 of 99 Constitution.
As amended.
As amended. Says the same law that empowers the states, order the states to release the money in the same joint account to the local government. The same law gave a power to the state house assembly to still make another law. Now, you look at this. He said to enact law to give them power to make law on how to make deduction in the same joint account. So some states now went further by making laws empowering the state governor to make some deductions
from the local government.
From the local government account.
All right.
So you now see where the problem is. That the local government that ought to have been enjoying their due allocation from the state, federal government has obeyed their own law by paying the money into the state government joint account to the local government. But the same 99 Constitution empowers the states to play a supervisory role over the local government and empowering the state house of assembly to make law on how they can make deduction from the same account.
So invariably you're saying that there's a lacuna in the Nigerian Constitution, or I don't get
yeah,
it.
I say, you look, when I heard the Supreme Court judgment, it baffles me when people play politics with everything. Going to Supreme Court is like going to reiterate what we already know. The Attorney General of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has not done anything good, anything fantastic by going to the Supreme Court. They are just playing to gallery, feeling that let's do this and let us shift the people's focus from the federal government to the states, knowing fully well there are some provisions in the Constitution that has given the state government power to do all what they are doing. Look, I am not quoting this. That is why I feel like, let me read it. Then you will now know. He said, look, the local government, he said that to make deduction from the same joint account at the detriment of the local government. Some states, the local government, after various deduction from the same joint allocation, left with the money for operational costs, payment of staff salary. Some of these deductions include for the payment of primary school teachers' salaries, 1% training deduction given to the local government, service commission, deduction of a lot of shenanigans. Some states even go into the local government to deduct money to pay the royal fathers. Some states make deductions from the local government account to pay the wife of the sitting governor. Some states even make laws to make deduction to pay some political bigwig in the local government. Because the Constitution of the 1999 has allowed, empowered the states to make laws to make deduction from the joint account.
All right, so I saw that section in the Constitution. That's why I was asking. Primarily, was it that the local governments were not prudent enough? That was why this section was introduced as a way of managing the local government. But that is to give us an historical angle to the conversation. Now, let's talk about the local governments as it stands right now. They are enjoying full autonomy. as enshrined in the Constitution.
Hold on.
What I mean by full autonomy right now.
Let me tell you something. Let me use this opportunity to let us correct impression. I have said it and I will continue to say it. What is full autonomy? What is half autonomy? I said the autonomy is already there.
Okay. So let.
But the question is that, do you have the political will or the moral ground to do the right thing, knowing fully well that we are developing? The world is dynamic. People are coming home at the local government. There is a need to develop. And you feel that this money should not go to the local government for the right thing. Why do you have to make use of your House of Assembly to deprive the people of the local government from developing?
All right, Shola. So let me align myself with your thoughts and pull away from the word full autonomy. Local government right now enjoy autonomy, which has already been established by the Constitution. So we are on the same track, on the same page right now. Now, looking at it again, as it stands right now, the local government, how far have they gone with the various reforms that President Bola Tinubu has introduced? Have the local government become better off? Based on the fact that right now allocations go to the local government's funds, 774 local governments directly. Have they become better? Are they doing great? Are people at the grassroots right now speaking well on enjoying the dividends of democracy, if you like to use that word? Let's do a critical analysis on all of this.
For the sake of our audience, let me ask you a question. Has any local government received its direct allocation since this Supreme Court announcement?
It is assumed, because
that is why I'm of the opinion that life is process. If you want something done in the way it should be done, you must follow the due process. My own opinion over this matter is that for us to have the established law, the constitutional provision of how local government administration should run, we need to go back to the same constitution. Take away the clause that mandated the federal government to pay the local government fund into the joint account. Once that one is removed, the same constitution, the same 99 constitution, let me look at this. Section 197 provides for the establishment of state independent electoral commission to conduct election into the local government. The same constitution that says let there be joint account, the same constitution is saying the same state has the same power to conduct election into the local government. So, how do you now want local government to survive? It's a simple thing. If you want the local government to really perform this function of generate revenue, make expenditure, make bylaws, we have councillors. The councillors are the legislative arms of the local government that sit down and look at the best law that can better the life of the people within their locality. A state governor and the House of Assembly of different people from different components will not sit down and be making law for people at the grassroots, because many of them don't even know other villages under their constituency. But it is very difficult for a local government chairman not to know the nooks and the crannies of that is local government. You are now saying those councillors coming from ward that understand how many polling units, under his ward, will not sit at the local government as a legislator, will not be able to make law for his people. Why he's expecting law from the House of Assembly? All these powers has been there. The people that drafted the constitution, that feel that local government should be in existence, they thought out very well. All these laws are there for the local government to operate with, so they can perform that transformation agenda. They can have as a real transformation agenda rather. They can transform the life of their people because they understand their people in language, in culture, in tradition, in everything. They still have the power to do a very strong socio-economy arrangement and policies, as the case may be, because they have a group of people called councillors. Now, if you now want this, if you now want this to go off the way it is planned, all these clauses I've mentioned in the Nigerian Constitution has to be removed. Once they are removed, there won't be issue of joint account again. There won't be any issue of one section 197 of the 99 Constitution giving power to the state governor to establish state independent electoral commission to organize election for the state. Nigerian local government were even doing better under the military administration.
Well, Shola, as it stands right now,
yeah,
the deed has been done. The Supreme Court has come out
to say what? To say what?
The Supreme Court has given an interpretation to what that section is.
You cannot
using the literary approach.
The Supreme Court has not done.
Shola,
do you know I'm making
I
this
don't want
issue?
to question the Supreme Court.
Do you know? No.
But then
we are not saying that he has not given judgment.
What we're saying is this. What we're saying is, as it stands right now,
yeah,
the Supreme Court has given its judgment. It is believed that implementation ought to have started. The joint account for the local government, right now, they ought to be receiving their monies at the local government level, based on the new arrangement on ground, based on the pronouncements of the Supreme Court. It is believed, everybody now knows, that this has already been enshrined in the Constitution. But what we are asking right now, how are people at the grassroots, are they faring? Do you think at this point that they are faring, that they are enjoying, or they are beginning to enjoy the dividends of democracy based on those pronouncements of the Supreme Court?
A book said that my people perish because they lack knowledge. I am telling you, the Supreme Court judgment is political.
So it has no
basis, that's no bearing with the provision of the Constitution that empowers the state and the local government to run a joint account. It has not abolished the power given to the State House of Assembly to make laws and how that money will be shared. It has not removed the powers under the section 197 of the 99 Constitution that give the power to the state to organize, conduct election into the local governments. Look, if you want something to be done properly, you want to be vindicated that really you are for the people, you must follow the due process. Are you now telling me that the Supreme Court will now assume the role of the National Assembly in this matter? It's not a law-making body. It's the third arm of government, which is judiciary. The people that are saddled with the responsibility to make law are the people at the National Assembly, which is the legislatures.
But the judiciary can interpret that law.
Okay.
That's the
how do you want to interpret the law?
Perhaps that's the interpretation of the Supreme
Court. Let me go by your.
Or I cited.
Let me go by your language.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's agree today. The money from the federation account is paid directly to the local government purse, and we're still having this idea that under the 97 of 99 Constitution empowered the state to organize election into the local government. The money will now be paid directly to the stooge, to the Hallelujah singer boys of the
I don't know where you get the Hallelujah singer boys from.
of the politicians, of the governors that are positioned because they have the power to make them the chairman of the various local governments are there waiting for the money. There was at a point in time in this country, the NFIU, an arm of EFCC, push that they must have a representative domicile in each local government to see how the money has been spent.
That's correct.
But the state governor quashed that move. Why? Because the law allows the spending of the local government to be monitored and scrutinized. There are a lot of issues involved in this autonomy we are talking about.
So, Shola,
now,
invariably, I'm
not going to be one of the two.
Shola, invariably, you're saying because the issues around autonomy has not been fully, it has not been fully discussed, and the clauses have not been removed. So, as it stands right now, the local governments should, to a certain height or degree, not enjoy the dividends of democracy.
They cannot, because look. It baffles me when people are behaving as if they are the alpha and omega of Nigerian politics. When they are painting a picture of what they are not to the Nigerian people. I am one of the people in this country that will never applaud this government over this Supreme Court judgment. If you can recall, before the 99 election that brought in this Fourth Republic, under Abubakar Abdul Salam, he organized election by the federal, by the National Electoral Body. As at that time in Lagos, we have UNCP, we have DPN, we have GDM, we have so many different political parties in Nigeria. Do you know in Mushin local government, for example, DPN emerged as the
different challenges of the Nigerian local government on its way to autonomy. And with that, we wrap up today's show. I'm glad and I'm sure you've been informed, educated, and entertained, because it is our goal on the show to always inform you, educate you, and entertain you. Do not forget to go over to our social media platforms on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and of course on TikTok at Signature TV Official. Like, comment, and share. Of course, till Chigi Chiagoram. And from all of us here at Signature TV, it is goodbye for now.
friends, how are you doing today? I trust you are hale and hearty. It's a new day that the Lord has made. We shall rejoice and be glad in it. I welcome you happily today to this awesome program, Gospel Lounge. Here we talk gospel and relate all things that spread the good news to you as a person and society at large. So please do gather your friends and family members, sit back and enjoy our package today. And before we go on with our program, can you just join me and sing the song of worship to God? Let's go. Oh, hallelujah. All the glory be to God in the highest, amen. Every glory be to Jesus in the highest, amen. Oh, for his mercies endureth forever. Amen, hallelujah, for his mercies endureth forever. Amen. All the glory be to God, every honor be to God, all the praise be to God in the highest, amen. For his mercies endureth forever. Amen. For his mercies endureth forever. Amen. And I will worship you forever, love you forever, because this God is too good. Oh. And I will worship you forever. I will love you forever, because this God is too good. Oh. Our God is so good. Our God is so, so good. Psalms number 103 and verse 5 says, bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within me, bless his holy name. Lord, we worship you. We give you all the praise for a new day. Thank you for all the things that you have been doing for us. Be glorified. In Jesus' precious name we worship. Amen. The Bible said in John chapter 1 and verse 1, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. And in verse 5 it says, this light shines in darkness, and the darkness comprehends it not. When the word of God comes, it shines light, and you become brighter than ever before. So today, let's receive the word of God in our reflection segment from Father Stan Ilo. I'll be right back to pray with you.
Greater than the greatest, you're higher than the highest. Incredible, that's who you are. You're more beautiful.
You know, many of us are more comfortable talking about their strengths, what they can do, or what they have done. We celebrate the heroes, the ones who have made it. Rarely do people talk about their weaknesses. Someone said that you are as sick as your secrets. There are many things that we bottle up inside our hearts that are so heavy. St. Paul, in the second reading today, taken from 2 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 7 to 10, confesses his weakness to us. He says that as he was receiving revelations from God, a thorn in the flesh was given to him by an angel of Satan. He prayed, he said, 3 times to the Lord, God, take away this thorn from my flesh. Liberate me. Did God take away the thorns? No. Rather, he received the message from God, the message of consolation and comfort and strength. God says to St. Paul, my grace is sufficient unto you. My power is perfected in weakness. Therefore, toward the end of the second reading, St. Paul says, I am no longer ashamed of my weaknesses, of the persecutions, of the insults, of the hardships, of the constraints I face in life, of the suffering. I am no longer ashamed of them. For when I am weak, then I am strong. Elsewhere, St. Paul, repeating the same word, says, I can do all things through the help of the one who strengthens me. Many people ask the question, what was the thorn in St. Paul's flesh? There are many theories by biblical scholars. Some might understand the thorn in his flesh in a literal sense, some others in a metaphorical sense. For some, St. Paul, according to this tradition, had some bodily ailments that he was suffering. He carried this sickness throughout his whole life, even though he prayed always that God may heal him. But God said, my grace will help you. St. Paul, some say, had a terrible headache throughout his life, a blinding headache, a terrible migraine. Some others say that St. Paul suffered from a poor sight. You remember that on his way to Damascus to persecute the Christians, he encountered Jesus, and the light came from heaven and blinded him. For 3 days he was blind. Eventually his sight was restored. But tradition has it that he was not fully restored. Maybe that was God's way of reminding St. Paul, you are human after all. I am still God. And we find in many passages of scripture in the letters of St. Paul, for instance, in the conclusion of St. Paul's letter to the Galatians, chapter 6, verse 11, St. Paul says to the Galatians, I am writing to you this letter with a bold character, a large character. Why? One would wonder. Because in those days, they did not have this. So they didn't have magnifying lenses. So he had to write in bold character so that he can read what he was writing. Elsewhere in Galatia chapter 4, verse 13 to 15, St. Paul, thanking the Galatians for the love they had shown to him, said, I know that you love me so much that if it were possible, you will pluck your eyes and give it to me. Why would they pluck their eyes and give to him? Because he had a very poor sight. Some others think that the thorn in St. Paul's flesh was his own humanity. The temptation that comes with our humanity. In his letter to the Romans, chapter 7, verse 24, St. Paul refers to this inner temptation. He says, the good I desire to do, I do not do. And the evil I hate, I find myself doing. And then he said, oh, poor me, wretched me, who can save me from this body of death? And like St. Paul, remember that it is when you are weak that you are strong, because he who is in you is stronger than the thorn in your flesh and the weaknesses and the oppositions and the condemnations that you face. So move on with faith in the Lord.
Amen.
Greater than the greatest, you're higher than the highest. Incredible, that's who you are. You're more beautiful.
All right, you are welcome back to Gospel Lounge. I believe you were blessed by that great word from this great man of God, Reverend Ilo. Thank you so much for being there. I want you to please open up your heart and allow the word of God do great work in you. You are so welcome. All right, today we'll be talking about something very wonderful. All right, and already my guest is seated, and we are going to be talking about something very beautiful today. So sit back and open up your heart and get what we want to talk about. Today we'll be talking about healing. Healing is a very broad word, and for sakes of context and what we want to bring out today and what we want to share with you, we're going to be going towards a particular angle of healing. But let me start by introducing this topic to you. All right, the dictionary defines healing this way: tending to cure disease or restore health. The process or period of gradually regaining one's health and strength to restore a healthy condition, to become healthy and strong again after illness and weaknesses, but like I said, contextually, we would like to pitch our thoughts on healing as it concerns the heart in relation to relationships between people. You understand, people are hot, all right? People are so hot in their heart and looking for ways to heal. To discuss this crucial topic with me today, I have here with me a great personality, a mother, in many ways a friend, and a woman of God. Mrs. Nancy Ngozi Obinna is a lecturer and a researcher with Akanu Federal Polytechnic, Owana. A very passionate person about youth well-being and development, seeing relationships and marriages thrive. Is a passionate believer of God, turning every mess to message and turning mistakes to miracle. Mrs. Nancy, welcome to the show today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
It's good to see you.
Same here.
All right. I would like you to throw more light on your own perspective as it has to do with hearts. Please.
Okay. Thank you so much. Heart is an emotional experience. It's an emotional experience that has come to stay in the society. Almost everybody gets hurt. Parents can get hurt by their children. Children can also get hurt by their parents. Almost everybody can get hurt. It's just part of the society. But one thing is common, and that is there's no hurt that cannot be healed.
Okay.
There's no hurt that cannot be healed.
Beautiful.
And that is why we are here to talk about it. That there's, no matter the type of hurt that you feel, it can be healed. Thank you.
Since hurt is inevitable, how would you suggest somebody responds to it? Is inevitable since it has come to stay. People can be hurt by their parents, their friends, and different circles. Is inevitable. It is not peculiar to a particular person. So what would be the response of someone that is hurt to the hurt?
Okay. Hurt has come to stay. Like I said, it's inevitable. It's part of the society. It's part of us as human beings. And even the Bible said offenses must come.
Okay.
And because offenses must come, I believe that God has also given us the strength and the wherewithal to actually handle hurt. Now, there are so many ways by which we can do so. Because it's part of us and it has come to stay,
we can handle it. Yes, it's negative, but we can have a positive attitude towards it.
Okay.
Yes, we can actually have a positive attitude towards hurt. One, when it comes, just see it as something that's come to either make you or mar you. Yes. One, when you want to, when it comes, or when they come, because they can come in different ways.
Yes.
When they come, decide to take them, absorb them, glean from them, learn from them, and use it as a stepping stone to actually see someone through who may also pass through hurt in time to come. Just see it as something that has come to prepare you to actually make someone better.
Okay. Okay.
So just have a positive attitude or outlook towards hurt.
Okay.
Yes, hurt is negative, but you can have a positive attitude towards that.
Positive attitude. Let me come through this way now. Let me come from the family circle, from the family tree now. My brother would hurt me so badly that I find it very difficult to relate with it. The truth is that things will not be the same again. It could be betrayal, it could be, and then by what you're saying now, I'm trying to understand that it is not about what happened, but the way I respond to it. So I can choose either to be bitter or choose to be better.
Yeah.
So, but how can this be? I want to know how I will. Okay, let me say, how would I be better since it is hurting?
Okay, it is actually hurting, and you can be better. Just like you said, you can decide to be better about it, you can decide to be bitter. But one of the things that can keep you going is that just decide to make it better.
Okay.
Now,
So it's my responsibility.
Yes, I strongly believe that there is no hurt, there's no pain that comes our way, especially as children of God, that doesn't have solution in the Word of God.
Okay.
Yes, you can actually fall back on the Word of God. And because the Bible also admonishes us to take away hurts. I'm paraphrasing, take away hurt, take them out, like the Bible said in the book of Proverbs chapter, I think 147 verse 3, that God heals our brokenhearted and He bandages our wounds.
Yeah.
So hurt is part of our wounds. So if God can actually take care of our wounds, I believe that whenever it comes or it happens, yes, it's negative. You can also go back to God and say, God, look at this hurt. I don't know how to handle this hurt. They are too much on me. How do I go about all this? When you sincerely call on God, I believe that He can take you to the scripture where you will see the scripture that actually applies to that particular thing that is going on with you. And that solves it. So that is my own belief about handling this hurt.
My God, it's so heavy, but I know you are really getting some points from this, how you respond to hurts. You need to get to God and just avail yourself to Him. This is bigger than me, and there is no hurt that cannot be healed. You find your strength in God's Word. We're going to have a short break, and when we come back, we continue with the interview. See you soon. All right, you're welcome back. It's still the program Gospel Lounge. I'm still here with Mrs. Nancy Obinna. We are talking about healing of the heart, healing from hurt, healing from pain and betrayal and all that. And we've been talking, a lot of things have been coming out. I believe you're taking notes and you are readjusting. These are emotional things. We live with them every day. But I want to go to the next question I want to ask you. Even though this hurt is on the negative and we want to be healed, I want to know, because when you were talking, you said there are also things you can learn from this experience called hurt that will help in healing. I want to ask directly now, what are the benefits we derive from hurt, even though it's on the negative? What are the benefits we can derive from that?
Yes, hurts are negative in nature, but I believe there are some positive, or there are some things that we need to learn from hurts.
Okay.
Now, looking at it from the perspective of a child of God or as a Christian,
Yeah.
I believe that whatever that comes your way as a child of God, God is actually preparing you for something.
Okay.
Even the Bible said in the book of, I think, 2 Corinthians chapter 1 verse 4, something or thereabout, it said, whatever we go through, I'm paraphrasing,
Yeah.
we receive that same comfort, so that in that same comfort, we can comfort others.
Yeah.
So whenever we experience hurt, you can actually allow those hurts to be there. How long they stay with you
Yeah.
can determine how far you can go.
Okay.
So if you allow the hurts to be in you, stay in you for long, they have a way of keeping you down.
Okay.
If you can decide to put them together, yes, they have come. And most times, we children of God, we are most vulnerable. People tend to step on our toes, and when they step on our toes, they'll be like, maybe sometimes they will watch, let's see how they will react. And always know that Christ is our standard, because even Christ himself experienced different types of heartbreaks, hurts in different ways, even from people that were so close to him.
Oh, yes.
So as children of God, we need to learn and understand it from the standpoint that Jesus also went through that, and he overcame.
All right.
So we need to follow the pattern.
Okay.
Now, it could be that you are experiencing those things so that God will actually prepare you, because there are some other persons that will also experience those hurts, those experiences, those offenses that may come. So because you have passed through that, and God has actually, by the help of God, because you allowed him to take over, when that has been done, you can actually use that same comfort that Jesus gave to you to actually comfort others.
All right. So we can draw strength. We can also learn from the things that happen to us,
yes,
and then we use it to teach others. I am so grateful to God for this kind of session with you. I am blessed, because you see, the other day, one of my friends came up with a suggestion that looks suicidal. I was like, guy, what do you want to do? He said, I feel very bad. It came from someone he never expected. In our language, in our parlance, we say bestie, and someone that is very, very close.
Yes.
So for that to happen, he felt like doing something very, very crazy. Pardon the word, but that's how bad he went. So I was like telling him, you can get over this. You can get over this. It's everywhere. It comes in diverse ways.
Yeah.
But how we respond to it now is our responsibility,
yes,
knowing that we also can depend on God to pull through it. Yes, it's bad, it's hurting, it's on the negative, but there's so much strength we can draw from it. We can pull from there and also teach other people when they find themselves in that. Wow. Thank you very much for this great insight you've shared with us. Friends, I know you are really enjoying this program and learning a lot of things. Permit me to share one or two things with you before I let you go. Hurts are inevitable. It's here, and it will continue to be here because of the fallen nature of humanity. And I want you to understand that no one is above hurt. It can come from both close friends or distant relationships, all right? But one thing is sure, healing is real, but it is optional. It's tied to your will. You can choose to be bitter or better. Your heart gives you an opportunity to prove your strength or weakness. Thank you very much for being here with us. God bless you real good. And I would like to thank you, Dr. Nancy, for being here with us today.
Thank you for
God
having
bless
me.
you real good.
Thank you.
All right, I'll see you soon.
Greater than the greatest, you're higher than the highest. Incredible, that's who you are. You're more beautiful.
All right, you're welcome back. This is still Gospel Lounge, and I have been enjoying myself. I hope you are enjoying yourself too. I'm going to be introducing my next guest in no distant time, and we're going to be talking about something very, very crucial today. But I would like to tell you that the world we live in has become a place of uncertainties, pain, and disappointment. People now live in abject fear of the unknown. But a wise man once said, where there is hope, there is life. Even if you refer to the Bible in Ecclesiastes chapter 9 verse 4, the wise man said, anyone who is among the living has hope. Even a living dog, a live dog, is better off than a dead lion. Can you imagine that? For the living know that they will die, but the dead know nothing. They have no further reward, and even their name is forgotten. My friend, are you still alive? There is hope for you. To help us draw hope today, I have with me in the studio a great man. Pastor Jackson Onwudiwe is a disciple of Jesus Christ. He's the lead pastor of Precious Word Assembly and also the president of Men in God's Quiver. He's an interdenominational fellowship for men. He's a well-read man of God within the sacred and the secular disciplines, both home and abroad. He has served in various leadership positions and is still serving. Pastor Jackson, welcome to Gospel Land.
Thank you so much. Good to meet you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I am very glad to have you in the studio today because the world we live in today, a lot of people are tired of living here. Few days ago, I think that's last week, one of the youngest CEOs we have in this country committed suicide. And somebody will be asking, with all the money, with all the fame, with the connections and everything, what really happened? The case is being investigated and people are saying a lot of things, different narratives are coming. But please, do we really still need to hope that things will be better?
Our world is filled with uncertainties. And it will be unwise to live without preparing for such uncertainties.
Okay.
It will be unwise. Just like when you drive in your vehicle, every good driver expects potholes.
Okay.
Yes, because there are turns and bends on your way in pursuit to fulfill your purpose and whatever you are set out to do. So, you don't kill your hope. Yes. You don't. When you get to the turn, even if it looks as if there's an end, no, it's not. As long as you've not gotten to the destination, all things happen to people. But the problem is not what happens to you, it's how you react, how you respond to what happens to you. That's what matters most in life. Yes, that's what matters. Because I've traveled once on a very stormy sea, and I noticed that what kept us was that the storm, the water could not get inside the boat.
Wow.
And as long as the water is not inside the boat, we landed safely. So despite the odds, there is need to keep hope alive. That's why the word of God is there.
Wow.
To inspire and to strengthen us.
I want to see. Okay, let me put it this way: the economic situation of this country is not a new thing or a news to a lot of people. We've seen things grow from bad to worse, and then there are so much hopes at stake. And people like, okay, maybe the new government is going to do something very beautiful, and then here we are today. Go to the market, people are crying. I mean, as you look at it, let's use this country as a point of view. Do you still see Nigeria come to a beautiful place? Is there hope for this country, Nigeria?
Strongly, I want to say there is hope for us as a country.
Okay.
Yes, I want to strongly believe that there is hope. Irrespective of what is happening, there is hope.
Okay.
Now, one thing we must learn to do, there are ways to handle all. Number one,
Okay.
sometimes you need to, like the economic situation of this country right now, you can begin to cut down. Yes, everything must not happen once.
Okay.
What happens is that many of us want to do want to achieve all the plans.
All at the same time.
At the same time. So that's where we must become strategic. Strategic in the sense that you cut down some of the plans,
Okay.
you put on hold some of the projects, you watch, you just put some things, you slow down.
Okay.
I love to use a car. In fact, it's one of my best examples as I talk about life.
Okay.
If you look at the components of a car, every car have a steering,
Yes.
they have an accelerator,
Yeah.
they have a brake
Yeah.
pedal. So when you get to a place where it looks as if the road is rough, you apply the brakes.
Wow.
Yes. If you don't apply the brakes, trust me, you will crash.
True. True.
So one of the things we need to learn is where to apply the brakes.
Brakes.
The economy is not blossoming as it's supposed to do. Hey, let's pause a little. You mustn't do that project today.
You mustn't do that
You
project.
must not do it today. It could still happen tomorrow, but not today.
Oh.
And you need to be alive to talk about projects. Just like where we read, a living dog is better
Than a dead lion.
You can't compare lion and a dog.
You know, when I was going through that scripture, I tried to place comparison. That's in the superlative now. The lion is seen to be the king of the jungle, and the dog is a pet. So side by side,
You can't.
you can't. But now, if a dog is alive, is more useful than this mighty lion. The thing is blowing my mind.
Yes.
So, in other words, just stay alive.
Stay alive. There is hope.
Wow.
Yes. I read an article about the tortoise and the lion.
Yeah.
They show the tortoise that is as old as 105 years old.
105.
Yes, the lifespan of a tortoise. And if you look at the tortoise, it's actually not on the full aggressive side. Sometimes in life, as much as we are pursuing things, we just need to slow down. If you are alive, you have hope.
If you are alive, you have
There is
hope.
hope for you.
I believe you are getting these words coming from this great man of God. If you are alive, you have hope. We are going to have a short music break, and when we come back, we'll continue with the interview. See you soon.
Greater than the greatest, you're higher than the highest. Incredible, that's who you are. You're more beautiful. Everybody now, let's go. Yeah. Yeah. the midst of my enemies, I praise, I praise. I put on my dancing shoes. There's no way that I can lose. I'll be the last one standing. I'll be the last one standing. My name. Victory is my name, my name. My name, my name. Victory is my name, my name. My name, my name. Victory is my name. Victory is my name, my name. Victory is my name. Goodness and mercy follows me all my days, all my days. Goodness and mercy follows me all my days, all my days. Off my head and behind, on the left, on the right. Off my head and behind, on the left, on the right. Say, goodness and mercy follows me all my days, all my days. Goodness and mercy follows me all my days, all my days. On my head and on the left, on the right. On my head, on the left, in the midst of my enemies. Wave those hands, come on. In the midst of my enemies, I pray, I pray. I put on my dancing shoes. There's no way that I can lose. I'll be the last one standing. I'll be the last one standing. I put on my dancing shoes. There's no way that I can lose. I'll be the last one standing. I'll be the last one standing. Monday, hey, yeah. Victory is mine, hey. Victory is mine. Victory is mine. Favor is mine. Hey, yeah. Favor. Miracle is mine. Blessing is mine. Blessing is mine. Blessing is mine. Wealth is mine. Blessing is mine. Come on. Up ahead and behind, on the left. Come on. Up ahead and behind, on the left and the right. Hey. Up ahead and behind. Blessings around you. Come on. Say. Up ahead and behind, on the left and the right. Up ahead and behind. Come on. On the left and the right. Up ahead and behind, on the left and the right. Up ahead. Can we go louder, louder, louder? On the left and behind, on the left and the right. Come on, ladies. On the head and behind, on the left and the right. On the head and behind, on the left and the right. Hey. On the head and behind. My praise is strong, joy overflowing, more than a song. Come on, I'm celebrating in the midst of my enemies. I'll praise. Come on, in the midst of my enemies, I'll praise. I'll praise. Come on, I'll put on my dancing shoes. There's no way that I can lose. I'll be the last one standing. I'll be the last one standing. Yeah. Come on, come on. Victory is my name. Victory is my name. Victory is in my name. Victory is my name. Victory is my name. Grace, grace, favor, favor is my name. Give him the shout loud and praise. Come on.
Greater than the greatest, you're higher than the highest.
right, you're welcome back. This is still Gospel Lounge, and I am enjoying myself here, gleaning great wisdom from this great man of God, Pastor Jackson. He's still here with me, and we are discussing hope. I want to move a little bit away from what we've talked about and then touch a place that is very, very critical. Today, it was yesterday, a man was lamenting about his son. What happened? He said, my son is dead. People were like, what are you saying? The boy is still alive. Very strong and healthy. But he said the boy is dead. And people were like, Oga, what are you saying? He maintained that the boy is dead. What happened? The boy fought him.
Wow. His father.
His father. When I heard that, I was like, hello, excuse me, what are you saying? What happened? What led to this fight? To which extent has this gotten to a young man fighting and engaging his father in a fight? So that brings me to the family setting where we have, am I supposed to use juvenile, daily, whatever, or this, there's so much craze in our generation that young people don't really want to calm down. Is it from the parents or what they are seeing on social media? Is it peer pressure or what? I don't just get it. That if they do, you said it before, but I wanted to shift to this angle so that we can talk to our people out there. Must everybody be rich, and especially now?
All right. Growing up could be very challenging, especially for the male children.
Okay.
Because it looks as if the society does not have a place to accommodate the fall of a male child.
Okay.
It's very challenging. Yet you could see the female being pampered little, but the male child, everybody is hard. So growing up, it could be very pressurizing for male children.
Okay.
So I can understand why the child will rise up to fight his father. Maybe he has looked at the frustration around. In fact, personally, I ran out of my house one time.
Okay.
I ran away because the pressure of growing up and the demand was too much. So I ran away because I was looking at the odds. I was looking at the uncertainties. I was looking at the needs around. And then I decided to run away out of the house. So for the male child, one of the things we must learn to understand is to let them know that there are stages of development.
Okay.
We must understand those phases of life. There are things expected at each phase. Of course, let's say a child meets a father or is in a place where all his needs are not met.
Yeah.
He should be taught to be content with what is available at the moment.
This is where I have the problem.
Yes.
He should be taught.
He should be taught.
Who is going to do this teaching? And then if the parents are doing the teaching and then what they are seeing in the environment is different from what they are being taught, how are we going to reconcile this? Because the person you are trying to tell to slow down, just like you're using a car, sees a friend ahead and is like, get two heads. So anything he can do, I can do. So what is holding me here? And then there is this pressure to make a move. How do we reconcile this?
Proverbs 22 verse 6 said, train up a child.
Okay.
The Bible was very specific. It said, train up a child in the way he should go. And when he's old, he will not depart from it.
Yeah.
Training is different from teaching.
Okay.
Because when you teach, you now begin to take the hands and model. One of the things my father taught me, blessed memory, my father taught me to be content and be hopeful.
Be content and be hopeful.
Be hopeful. Whatever we have at the day tells you this is what God provided for today. While we have plans for tomorrow, we live in today.
Okay.
And plan for tomorrow.
While we have plans for tomorrow.
While we have plans for today. For tomorrow.
For tomorrow.
We live in today.
Wow.
So my father was able to let us understand. He shared his plans. He will always come sit down with us and share his business ideas, the contacts he has made, the people he have reached out to. And for the disappointment he had, he tell us, oh, I never heard my father say any negative thing. In fact, my father taught me faith and hope. In obvious odd circumstances, he will give you hope and let you know that, hey, tomorrow will be better than today. In fact, he has a favorite song, My Tomorrow Will Be Better Than Today. That was one of his best songs. So we need to teach our children that for everything that they have is a privilege.
Okay.
For everything they are hoping to have, they will work towards it.
Yeah.
So we teach each child the way to go, the way of being content and being strategic in planning. And it will start with the parents.
Okay.
If they see you agitated, troubled,
yes,
unrestful, you are not actually teaching them.
True.
Yes. So they must see you. Thank God. One of the things my mom did for us, one of the days there was no food in the house, she called us together. You see, that's why the place of parenting in the home, you can't take it out.
Yes. Yes.
One of the things she did was she gathered, there was no food in the house. So she gathered us together and then she brought the plates. Empty plates. Empty.
Wow.
Empty plates. You heard me? Empty plates. She made us sit round. We brought our spoons. And she said we should pray. In fact, that was when they taught us the scripture, Joel chapter 2, verse 28. And ye shall eat in plenty, verse 26.
Yeah.
And be satisfied. And praise the name of the Lord your God that has dealt wondrously with you. And my people shall not be ashamed.
Yes.
And he said we should start eating. Empty plates.
Wow. My God.
And then you drink water. Do you know before the end of that day, God opened door for my dad.
Wow.
And he came back with foodstuff to the house. So she did not just teach us, she trained us to pray through the process. So there is a place to teach every child that there is hope if you can trust God.
Wow. Wow. There is hope if you can trust God. Oh my friends, I don't know about you, but I am already blessed. I am blessed so well. See, trouble, pain, and several negativities are so inevitable on this side of eternity. So please stay alive. Don't give up. Be hopeful. There is light at the end of the tunnel. The Bible says in Psalms number 30, verse 5, especially the B part of it, it says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. Stay alive. Your morning is so close. Pastor Jackson, thank you very much for being on the show today.
Thank you so much.
It's a great pleasure. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Stay alive.
Stay alive. Please, I am so grateful to you, my friends, for being with us on this show today. And we'll see you next time. Till then, bye-bye. My name is Victor Chief Judge. God bless you.
Welcome, welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. And I'm your host for today, Laomi Ademi. As always, this show will be packed with the latest buzz from the world of movies to music to celebrity news and interviews with wonderful guests. So you know that we are here to give you guys all the gist. So stay tuned. Like, I want you to just keep watching, stay with your screen, understand? So for our first news today, our first gist today, TG Omori's brother donates kidney to the music director. Famous Nigerian music director and cinematographer Thank God Omori Smith, commonly known as TG Omori or boy director, has revealed that his only brother recently donated a kidney to him. In a heartfelt update shared on Tuesday, TG Omori opened up about his health struggles. He announced on his official X account that the kidney transplant took place on Monday, August 26, 2024. On his Instagram story, TG Omori also shared photos of himself in a hospital bed receiving oxygen with a poignant caption, "Keep my spirits alive, I don't want to die." TG Omori's recent absence from the public eye has really sparked concerns and among his fans and all. So know that TG Omori for a while now has been facing a lot of issues since he stopped smoking, and he needed a kidney. Then he posted on his Twitter page, that his darling brother helped him by donating a kidney. So fingers crossed, let's hope that everything works out well for TG Omori and he's back to give us amazing music as he usually does, because his fans have really missed him. They've really missed him. So TG Omori, please get well soon, recover soon. We want you back. So in other news, Afrobeat singer Omole has claimed that many of his colleagues, both in Nigeria and internationally, are emulating his unique style. In a recent Billboard interview, Omale asserted that he pioneered a new sound within Afrobeat, which he believes many artists are now copying. He said that the artists coming out from Nigeria right now, not just Nigeria, but even Afrobeats in general, are taking a bit of stuff. The stuff he started, and everyone is trying to copy something he stated. The artist behind the hit song So So also criticized prominent figures in Afrobeats genre for diluting the music to appeal to international audiences and increasing their earnings. He expressed dissatisfaction with the genre's current direction, noting an increasing presence of South African genre amapiano in Afrobeat clubs. Omale said that he couldn't recall the last time he heard a genuine Afrobeat track. It's mostly amapiano, he says, and that it's in the Afrobeat clubs now, not the authentic Afrobeats. So Omale is here calling out all his colleagues, all Afrobeats people, that please, we need Afrobeats back, like the true Afrobeats. Because it seems like most of the songs that are coming out now, which is meant to be Afrobeats, instead all we are seeing is amapiano sounds, amapiano beats. And as much as everyone loves amapiano, like everyone loves to like move, like the movements, the dances that follows alongside from the South African culture, which is really lovely. As much as we love it, we want Afrobeats back. The Afrobeat is Afrobeats. Let it be Afrobeats. Please do not mix it with amapiano and any other thing. So it's really bold of Omole to just come out. We know him as Afro depression singer or Afro fusion. Let's say Afro fusion. So we know him as Afro fusion singer, and he coming out to tell us that okay, every Afrobeat artist you see in there, they are copying my style. They are taking a bit out of. That shows a lot of confidence in what he does. Oh wow. It's like every other person, please, I know you are copying me. I know you're trying to be like me. Wow. Then calling out people that, okay, now they are watching Afrobeats music. Wow. it's that's another another story entirely. Well, like especially when I think few weeks back, yes, Buju Banton was also calling out Afrobeat singers that okay, how far now? Una know they do song where they help us, you understand? Like you're no more singing songs that really talks about Africa and everything. And now Omole, being an Afrobeat person, coming to now tell us that now they water this thing for international audience. Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. So Afrobeat artists, please, what's going on? Please, we need your take on this.
Welcome to Signature TV News. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, former Labour Party presidential candidate laments continued killing and displacement of innocent Nigerians. Presidency disowns yacht spotted in France with Nigerian flag. Minister decries vehicular emissions as top air pollutant. And former South African President Thabo Mbeki laments wave of military takeover in West Africa. Details shortly. Former presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 election, Peter Obi, says the relentless killings, maiming and displacement of innocent Nigerians are a clear indication that the nation's current security architecture is failing. Obi, who made a statement in a post on his X handle on the heels of a horrific killing of several people in Mafia village in Tamua local government area of Yobe State, observed that a heinous act of violence is a stark reminder of the gravity of the nation's security situation. Obi urged the Nigerian government to acknowledge the reality and take bold steps by declaring war on insecurity before it consumes the country completely. He expressed his sadness at what he described as yet another devastating news of the horrific killing of several innocent people, insisting that there is an urgent need for a paradigm shift in approach to the challenge. The national leader of the new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, Rabiu Kwankwaso, has expressed confidence that he will win the 2027 presidential election. Kwankwaso, who was the party's presidential candidate in the 2023 elections, made the outburst when he inaugurated the party's secretariat along IBB Way, Katsina, in Katsina State. The former Kano State governor was in Katsina for a condolence visit to the Yaradua family over the death of a matriarch, Hajia Dada, said the party was ready to take over the presidency, states and other positions across the country come 2027. The Kwankwaso leader urged Nigerians, particularly women and youths, not to allow themselves to be deceived with spaghetti or money during the next elections. Kwankwaso also called on the party's leaders to redouble their commitment towards the success of the party in the state and the country as a whole. The state chairman of the party, Amayalu Abdul Kadiri, said the party was doing everything possible to enlighten the electorate on the party's new logo, which he said symbolized education for all, which the leader of the party is very much concerned with. President Bola Tinubu has received a memo from Ajurin Galali, his spokesman and special presidential envoy on climate action, informing him of his resignation for personal and health reasons. In a statement by the presidency, the president accepted Galali's reasons for the resignation, fully understood them and sympathized with the circumstances that led to his decision. While extending his prayers and best wishes to Ngalale and his family, the president hoped for a speedy recovery and full restoration for the health of the challenged members of his family. He noted Ngalale's efforts and dedication in serving the nation and thanked him for his contributions, especially in advancing national discourse and leading efforts on climate action and other key initiatives. The presidency has denied a yacht seen flying the Nigerian flag in Saint-Tropez, a coastal town in France. Reports say that a video of the yacht which displayed the Nigerian flag during a vacation in the French town went viral on social media, sparking reactions from netizens. The senior special assistant to President Bola Tinubu on digital and new media, Otega Ogra, in response to the video, clarified on his X page that a yacht belongs to a private individual. Ogra explained that flags used by the president or the armed forces does not feature the coat of arms, stressing that the official Nigerian flag is green, white, green, without any additional symbols. The Minister of State for Environment, Dr. Isiaq Salako, is lamenting that vehicle emissions are the greatest contributors to air pollution in Nigeria. Salako made remarks in a statement in Abuja commemorating the 2024 International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies, observed annually on September 7. He identified other sources of air pollution, including industrial activities, illegal refining, gas flaring, refuse burning, household cooking, and power generation, and emphasized the need to improve air quality. The minister acknowledged the global concerns about air pollution as the world's single largest environmental health risk, praised President Bola Tinubu's initiative to promote alternative fuels such as compressed natural gas, liquefied natural gas, and electric vehicles to enhance air quality. Salako assured that the government would implement measures, including tariffs and taxes, to discourage the importation of old vehicles and encourage local manufacturing. The minister appealed for collective investment in clean air, in line with a global agenda to reduce air pollutants by 50% by 2030. The police command in Edo State says it has commenced a mop-up of illegal arms and ammunition ahead of the September 21 governorship election in the state. State Commissioner of Police, Nemi Iwo, who spoke in Benin during a meeting with the chairman of political parties and their respective governorship candidates, highlighted that the aim was to ensure the security of the electoral process. He appealed to the candidates to prevail on their supporters to shun all forms of violence during the forthcoming election, while assuring them of adequate security to ensure that people go out to exercise their franchise without fear of harassment or intimidation. The Commissioner also assured them that the police and other security agencies would ensure that all stakeholders, including electoral materials, were protected for a peaceful poll. He solicited for information that would assist the police to ensure an enabling environment for the election process. Mrs. Betsy Obakseki, wife of Edo State Governor, is encouraging childless women to view themselves as fruitful, full of potential, and proud mothers of children who would arrive in God's time. Obaseki, accompanied by Mrs. Ifeanyi Godado, wife of a People's Democratic Party governorship candidate in Edo State, shared the comforting words during a Zoom meeting with Edo women in diaspora. A comment was in response to a viral video featuring remarks by the former governor of the state and member of the Nigerian Senate, Adams Oshomole, about her being childless. Obaseki, while addressing more than 200 women who joined the meeting from various countries, reminded them that everyone was created by God for a purpose, saying that our contributions to the society have gone beyond the biological aspect of motherhood. Obaseki also shared a message of encouragement for women who, like herself, have faced the pain of miscarriages and stillbirths, and urged them not to feel discouraged or defined by their losses. Ifeanyi Godado thanked the women for attending the meeting and promised to continue all of Betsy Obaseki's programs for women and the girl child in Edo if her husband becomes the governor of the state. In a welcome address, the founder of the group, Mrs. Adesua Obasan, promised to support Asue Ighodado's candidacy, just as the group had supported Governor Godwin Obaseki. Up ahead, commuters escape death as petrol tanker explodes in Ibadan. Sokoto has investor-friendly policies, governor says. Stay with us. Commuters escaped death on Saturday when a loaded petroleum tanker suddenly went up in flames at Ajia Junction, Ibadan-Ife Road, Ibadan. The driver of a tanker was attempting to divert to another lane when it caught fire, leaving a mini truck, one commuter bus, a microcar, one tricycle, and 2 motorcycles burnt. The occupants of the affected vehicles and cycles hurriedly took to their heels, sighting the petrol tanker on fire. The Public Relations Officer of the Federal Road Safety Corps in Oyo State, Mayowa Odewo, confirmed the incident, said officers of a command in Egmeda Axis swung into action immediately to bring the situation under control. And elsewhere, one person has been confirmed dead in an accident that occurred in the early hours of Sunday at Maryland in Lagos State. A fatal accident involved a fuel tanker that ran over 10 vehicles, leaving one person dead opposite Crested Laurel Plaza, Maryland. An eyewitness claimed that the driver of the tanker was drunk and moving on high speed and was apparently not aware that he had rammed into the vehicle. According to the eyewitness, the person who died was avoiding being hit by the tanker and jumped out of his vehicle, but unfortunately, the tanker ran over him, smashing his head to the ground. Police had arrived at the scene of the accident at the time of filing this report. The Osun State Chapter of the Joint National Association of Persons with Disabilities has urged the State Governor, Ademola Adeleke, to speedily implement the disability bill that has been signed into law. The State Chairman of the Association, Stephen Oluwafemi, who made a call in a statement in Osogbo, however, commended Governor Adeleke for the speedy assent to the bill, which was passed by the Osun State House of Assembly in May. It's crowned it as a landmark achievement and demonstration of the government's commitment to promoting inclusivity and equal opportunities for persons with disabilities. The implementation of the law, he said, will not only improve the lives of persons with disabilities, but also enhance the socio-economic development of Osun State. 2 suspected bandits have been arrested at the Januwa Grazing Reserve in Kanya district of Danko Wasago local government area of Kebbi State. The arrests were made by the vigilante group of Nigeria, VGN, which has been actively patrolling the area. The chairman of Danko Wasago local government, Hussaini Bena, who confirmed the incident, said he was informed of the arrest by the district head of Kanya. He said the vigilantes apprehended the suspects during routine patrol, and despite an attempt by one of the bandits to escape, local residents assisted in ensuring his capture. Bena praised the vigilance of the community and directed that the suspect be handed over to the police without harm. Bena expressed gratitude to the Kebbi State government for providing logistical support to the vigilantes, stating that the commitment of both the vigilantes and volunteers to maintaining security in the area. Former Vice President Namadi Sambo has hailed the newly formed League of Northern Democrats as a vital platform to address challenges facing the North and the country. Sambo made the remark while hosting the forum's leadership led by Chairman and former Kano State Governor Ibrahim Shekarau at his Abuja residence. He expressed concern about the crippling effects of insecurity on agriculture, education, healthcare, poverty, and inequality in the North and nationwide, and pledged its support for the initiative, emphasizing the need for the forum to harness experiences and resources across political affiliations. Some urged members to work together to meet the aspirations of the northern people by fostering sustainable peace and socio-economic development. The forum is scheduled to hold a historic summit in Kaduna in October and aims to address challenges such as insecurity, poverty, illiteracy, and unemployment without political, ethnic, and religious affiliations. The Katsina State Governor, Diko Rada, has launched a tree planting campaign in Daura, marking a crucial step in the state's fight against climate change. The initiative, organized by the Katsina State Agroclimatic Resilience and Semi-Arid Landscape Project, in collaboration with the Ahmed Usman Pure Life Foundation, is aimed at planting 10,000 trees, seedlings across the nation, with 3,000 allocated to Daura. The event, held at Kangiwa Square, Daura local government area of the state, was attended by government officials, including the Speaker of the State House of Assembly and the Secretary to the state government. Rada announced that 1,000 primary school pupils would each receive a tree seedling, along with 5,000 naira as support for nurturing the trees to maturity. Emir of Daura, Alhaji Farouk, expressed gratitude to the organizers for choosing Daura as a launch site, just as he emphasized the importance of tree planting in preventing desert encroachment. Francis Awoms, a 7th member of the National Youth Service Corps, NYSC in Abia State, has trained and empowered more than 150 participants, including widows, youths, and street children in the state. The 5-day free program held at Umaya North local government area headquarters equipped participants with lucrative skills such as craft making, video editing, and digital marketing, with 10 participants including 4 widows, 4 street children, and 2 youths, receiving 100,000 naira each as startup capital. Awoms, who hails from Imo State, said he was touched by the high number of out-of-school children and young widows in the state, prompting him to organize the training. The corps member, who said empowerment was his personal community development service, CDS project, expressed gratitude to the NYC and sponsors for their collaboration. Abia State Governor Alex Oti, represented by Onyebuchi Chukwu, a special assistant on youth development, commended Awoms and reiterated his administration's readiness to collaborate with individuals and organizations for the development of the state. The Corps was honored with the chieftaincy title of Oluaka Chukwu I of Umuawa Alocha, meaning Handwork of God, by Eze Godswill Asamoah, who praised his selfless service, describing his contributions to the community as truly remarkable. The United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, says it will offer endless support to Jigawa State to address a high number of out-of-school children in the state. UNICEF Chief Field Officer in Kano, Rama Farah, who made this known at a one-day commitment meeting with members of Jigawa State House of Assembly in Kaduna, said that the number of out-of-school children in Jigawa is truly alarming and needs a collective effort to address it. Farah lauded the State House of Assembly for its effort in changing the narrative in the state education system, which it has demonstrated so far by passing 7 bills on education since its inception. The Chief Field Officer also acknowledged the commitment of the present administration in establishing state ministries of basic education, higher education, and other education agencies. In his remarks, the Speaker of the Jigawa State House of Assembly, Haruna Dangiato, commended UNICEF for its multiple interventions in Jigawa and pledged the commitment and support of the House in addressing issues hampering education in the state. He expressed delight over the viable development achieved in Jigawa State with the support of UNICEF and other development agencies. Up ahead, Trump campaigns in key state of Wisconsin. Stay with us. Former South African President Thabo Mbeki has reacted to the wave of military takeover in the West African sub-region, insisting that the military in those countries are revolting against the influence of French neocolonization. Stated this while playing host to the MTN Media Innovation Program Fellows, who paid him a courtesy call at the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. Signature TV correspondent Charles Pius, who is in South Africa, quotes Mbeki as explaining how difficult it has become to solve the conflict in Sudan, among other issues.
Former South African President Thabo Mbeki has expressed his views on the recent wave of military coups in the West African sub-region, attributing these uprisings to a revolt against the lingering influence of French neocolonialism. Mbeki shared these insights during a meeting with the MTN Innovation Program Fellows who visited him at the Thabo Mbeki Foundation.
We were asked by the AU to engage Ivorians, Cote d'Ivoire, to sort out the problems there. And one of the things that I discovered there is a very bad thing. For instance, the agreement with France, one of the agreements was that there would be a French military base in Abidjan. And the commander of the French military base would have a mandate to look after the security, national security interests of both of Cote d'Ivoire and France. As a consequence of which, the commander of the French troops in Abidjan, whenever the circumstances developed such that he felt that his national security interests were under threat, could take over radio and television. Without the reference to the president of Cote d'Ivoire or anything. Empowered by the agreement signed in 1960 as Cote d'Ivoire became independent, just to take over the country. That's one of the agreements. Now there are something like 10, 12 of these agreements, which France entered into with the former Francophone countries. So, as you'll have seen, these young soldiers in Francophone West Africa, one of their great heroes is Thomas Sankara. The reason for that is because they are rebelling against the colonial relations that continue to exist. That we've got to break with these relations, so that we can genuinely say this country is truly independent. So part of what happens is that here is a Thabo Mbeki who was elected president in some countries, but it's very much in the pockets of the French. So the soldiers, in rebelling against French neocolonialism, they will also rebel against this political representative of French colonialism in their country. So you get your military coups, and you might protest democracy. But I would applaud an anti-colonial stance by the soldiers. That's what is happening in West Africa. You see in Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso.
The former president explained how difficult it has become to solve the problem in Sudan.
The army, the Sudanese armed forces are insisting that what are now called the rapid support forces, that's all militia, need to be integrated within Sudanese National Defense Force. And they made a proposal that process of integration could be effected within a period of 3 years or something. And the rapid support force were saying, no, that is too quick. Give it 10 years. So now you have got this coexistence of these two armed groups. And the clash started. Now, how to resolve it, I don't know. We are engaged naturally. The African Union asked me in 2009 to lead a group to help to resolve the conflict in Darfur. It was 2009. So since 2009, I've been working on Sudan. So the result is that I know many people in Sudan, they know me. The consequence of which then there is naturally pressure from many Sudanese to say, you know us, you know our problems, why don't you come and help? So when Max talks about you people must come back in October, that's part of what we talk about. It will deal with the Sudan problem, that meeting. It must. But it's a clash between these two armed forces.
Mbeki emphasized the significant role and influence of the media in promoting peaceful coexistence across Africa, urging media professionals to use their platforms responsibly to foster unity on the continent.
The African media needs to know Africa. Not to be informed about Africa by somebody else, Reuters or whoever, in order to report accurately about the continent, the bad and the good. But I think to take on board also these common sentiments among the peoples of Africa. I mean, when we talk about the renaissance of the continent, that will resonate across the borders. A rebirth of our continent, so a new continent born afresh. No longer conflict, no longer poverty, no longer any of these negative things. But I think the media has a very important role to develop that kind of consciousness. That kind of consciousness which, among other things, deal with some of the issues that were raised, the issue of unity in diversity.
The MTN Media Innovation Program has brought 20 media executives from Nigeria to South Africa for a study tour aimed at enhancing their journalism skills and broadening their perspectives through the reinvigorating experience.
September 8 will make the one-year anniversary of a deadly 6.8 magnitude quake that killed 2,946 people and injured 5,674 more. The epicenter of the quake was in high Atlas Mountains and damaged a total of 2,930 villages. According to government officials, 2.8 million people were impacted, with remote areas cut off by landslides experiencing the worst effect. On top of the human loss, the quake impacted parts of Morocco's cultural infrastructure, including UNESCO World Heritage Sites in Marrakesh and the historical significant 12th century Timel Mosque. Following the earthquake, authorities set up tents for displaced families, as well as the promise of financial aid. The Royal Palace announced that Morocco plans to spend at least 120 billion dirhams in a post-earthquake reconstruction plan over the next 5 years. Moroccan government also accepted aid from Spain, Qatar, the UK, and the United Arab Emirates, while rejecting aid from France and several other nations. According to the Red Cross, several families from the Atlas Mountains found themselves living in tents with numerous challenges, such as inadequate shelter, lack of sanitation, and flooded tents. It was the North African country's deadliest earthquake since 1960, and its most powerful in more than a century. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un inspected an artillery academy in Pyongyang, a North state-run television reported on Sunday. Footage carried by the state broadcaster KRT showed Kim being greeted by cadets and officials of the Oh-Jin-Oh Artillery Academy and inspecting the academy's collection of military vehicles and educational facilities. During his visit to the academy, Kim stressed the importance of the educational field specializing in artillery, adding that the ruling Workers' Party of Korea's philosophy for artillery is to defeat the enemy overwhelmingly with artillery. Kim also recently inspected a naval construction site, shipbuilding yard, and defense industrial enterprise, according to state media reports. His visits to several military facilities came as North Korea is set to mark its 76th anniversary of the regime's founding on Monday. The Israeli army says rocket barrages were launched from Lebanon into Israel overnight on Sunday. Video footage showed two barrages, the first about an hour after midnight and the other about 2 hours later, and launches and interceptions of rockets in the sky over northern Israel's city of Kiryat Shmona. The Israeli army statement said that approximately 20 projectiles were identified crossing from Lebanon. The Israeli Defense Force said an aerial defense RA successfully intercepted most of the projectiles, with falling projectiles identified an area without any reported injuries. The army also said it had struck Hezbollah military structures in Lebanon overnight. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump has addressed a rally in Wisconsin, a battleground state that could decide the election, as it tries to solidify the support on a key part of his support base, which include working class and rural whites. The former president has seen his support erode among most demographic groups since his Democratic rival in the November 5 election, Vice President Kamala Harris, replaced President Joe Biden atop the Democratic ticket over the summer. Trump took to the podium in Monsigney, a town of about 4,500 people near Warsaw, a small city of about 40,000, but hours from the state's major population centers, namely Milwaukee and Madison.
We're run by stupid people. Stupid people. And we found that out at the debate with Joe. How did that work out? And we're going to find it out again on Tuesday night. Is anybody going to be watching? The whole thing is a con job. She got in. She was last. They had 22 people or something running. How Biden won, I will never know. To me, it's one of the greatest miracles. To me, it's a great miracle. But how the hell that guy won? But he won. And he got, in this one, he got 14 million votes. She got no votes. And then they put her in anyway. The bosses put her in because she's controlled by them. But she will be the worst president. He is the worst president in history. She will be worse than him. She will be worse than him. And Trump is never wrong. I am never, ever wrong. It's indicative of stupidity. And she's worse than him. He is a smarter person than she is. Oh, they're waiting for the debate. You know, if I destroy her in the debate, they'll say, Trump suffered a humiliating defeat tonight, no matter what. Although they did, you know, with Biden, one of the CNN people said that about they said, the Donald Trump performance tonight was the single greatest debate performance I've ever seen. 2 days later, all they did is talk about how bad he was. They didn't talk about me anymore. But no, it's a crooked system, but we're going to make it a very legitimate system again. We can do that, and I think we can do it pretty easily with people like you have over here.
Meanwhile, Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris has welcomed the support from former Vice President Dick Cheney and his daughter, former Representative Liz Cheney. The Vice President said that she was honored to have their support. Dick Cheney said in a statement that there has never been an individual who is a greater threat to the Republic than Donald Trump and the nation's 248-year history. He added that citizens have a duty to put the country above partisanship to defend the Constitution, saying that is why he will be casting his vote for Vice President Kamala Harris. The Harris campaign said that the Cheneys had joined a growing movement of Republicans putting country over party by supporting Harris.
Actually, I'm honored to have their endorsement, and I think that what they both, as leaders who are well respected, are making an important statement that it's okay, and if not important, to put country above party. And I'm honored to have their support, and I think it's an important statement right now. A lot of what I think is happening, and I was just talking with some folks here in Pittsburgh about it, is that people are exhausted about the division and the attempts to kind of divide us as Americans. And them stepping up to make this public statement, I think, is courageous, but also for people like the folks I was just talking with, it really reinforces for them that we love our country and we have more in common than what separates us. So.
All right, thank you, Press. Thank you for the president. Thank you, Press. Let's move.
Yes, I am. Yes.
Best part of debate prep for you? What's your favorite?
Being at the spice store, I finally got out of the debate prep to look at these spices. Best part of debate prep so far. Good, we're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. We are all in this together.
Yes, we are.
We're gonna be fine.
We are.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Thank you so much.
Huh?
Thank you
Yeah.
so
Did you get some spices?
Oh, absolutely. I'm not a best person.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. We're standing strong, right? We love our country. Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's right. Who's this? This is a relative of yours,
No,
or just a new friend?
Just a new friend.
Hi. Hi, you're a
I'm a
Georgetown?
lawyer in Pittsburgh here, and I just admire your work so much.
Good. What kind of law you practice?
Consumer protection.
Good for you.
I'm protecting consumers.
Good for you. You know, that's the work I did as AG.
Yes,
That's good
yes,
stuff.
yes.
That's
Can I
really
please
good.
get a
Of course, come on. Let's do it. Come on.
Oh my God, I'm shaking.
There you
Someone
go.
take it. I did not get it. Can someone take it for me, please?
Who are the yellow jackets? Come here.
They're my school.
They're your school? What school is that?
Freeport.
Freeport? What's your name?
Charlotte.
Nice to meet you, Charlotte. I'm Congo. Are you cooking also? What are you doing here? Or did you bring an adult with you? Or are you just hanging out?
How are you?
Can I have a hug?
Yes, come here.
Trump called the Chinese irrelevant rhino in a social media post using a term he applies to Republicans not loyal to him, which stands for Republicans in name only. President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva attended a military parade in Brasilia to mark the anniversary of the country's independence. Supreme Court Justice Alexandre de Moraes was seen standing next to Lula, a rare sight in such events, a week after Moraes banned Elon Musk's X platform. In recent days, a conservative political party has challenged the suspension, arguing that the ban affects freedom of expression. Morales last week ordered the blocking of X in its sixth biggest market after the platform failed to comply with orders to block some accounts accused of spreading fake news and hate messages that the judge said were a threat to democracy. X also failed to name a local legal representative as required by Brazilian law for compliance with court orders. A poll has shown that Brazilians are taken down in the country with a slight majority saying the judge is right in its feud with Musk. This is what am I doing with hearing you? Our sincere apologies. Thousands of supporters of former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro have protested against the Supreme Court on Sao Paulo's Paulista Avenue. Demonstrators demanded the dismissal of Supreme Court Justice Alexandre de Moraes, who last week ordered X to be banned in Brazil after it failed to comply with orders to block some accounts accused of spreading fake news and hate messages that the judge said were a threat to democracy. Musk, who has called Moraes a dictator, accused him of shutting down the #1 source of truth in Brazil. X has shut its Brazil offices over what it called censorship by the judge. Badito Novo sought a court injunction this week to hold Moraes' ban of X, saying it was unconstitutional. The party also questioned the freezing of Starlink assets, arguing that the two firms are separate entities. Moraes declined to comment about the party's challenges. Musk, his lawyer, and Starlink did not respond to a repeated request for comment this week. Bolsonaro voiced his support for American presidential candidate Donald Trump's re-election bid this year and called for amnesty for individuals detained in connection with a 2023 raid on Brazilian government's buildings following Lula's election victory. Greek Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis promised to increase pensions, cut taxes and social security contributions and increase the minimum wage in 2025 as thousands rallied to protest a high cost of living. In his annual economic policy speech at the Thessaloniki Trade Fair in northern Greece, he said Greece will create more jobs, increase pensions by up to 2.5% in 2025, and raise the monthly minimum wage from 830 euros to 950 euros gradually by 2027. Greece is still recovering from a debt crisis that wiped out nearly a fourth of its economic output in 2009 to 2018 due to austerity measures that included repeated wage and pension cuts. Mitsotakis said Greece has changed with strong economic growth that should be distributed in a balanced way and be reflected in pensions and wages while promising to maintain fiscal prudence in line with European Union rules. Outside the venue, thousands of people rallied, chanting slogans and holding banners, reading, "No to wages of starvation, and we can live differently." French far-right leader Jordan Bardella said his party was closely watching new Prime Minister Barnier's first days in office and that his government would fall where he continued President Macron's policies. Bardella also said his party would judge Michel Barnier on his policies before taking any action without closing the door on no confidence vote at a later time. President Emmanuel Macron named Barnier, a conservative and a former Brexit negotiator, for the European Union as Prime Minister on Thursday, September 5, capping a 2-month search following his ill-fated decision to call a legislative election that delivered a hung parliament. The left has accused Macron of a denial of democracy and stealing the election after Macron refused to pick the candidate of a new Popular Front NFP alliance that came top in the July vote. Barnier's centre-right, Les Republicans Party, is only the 5th bloc in the parliament with less than 50 lawmakers, and left believes it will push wholesale spending cuts and a tougher stance on immigration. The RN gave its tacit approval for Barnier, citing a number of conditions for it to not back a no-confidence vote, making it the de facto kingmaker of a new government. Pope Francis celebrated the Mass on Sunday with about 23,000 people at a sports venue in Papua New Guinea capital of Port Moresby. A group of indigenous performers danced and sang rituals at the start of the Mass. Pope Francis told the local populace that while they may think they live in a faraway and distant land, God is near to them. The Pope is scheduled to head to the remote town of Vanimo to meet with Catholic missionaries after the Mass. Britain on Sunday marked the 2nd anniversary since the death of late Queen Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth II, Britain's 63rd monarch, who steered the monarch through decades of social change while remaining a symbol of national stability in a shifting world, died on September 8, 2022. During her reign, the Queen's personal standard has remained high in spite of the occasionally strong criticism attracted by other members of the royal family. Witnesses in the West Bank town of Beta have described the situation which resulted in the death of Turkish-American activist Aseno Ezgi Ege. Ege was shot and killed by Israeli forces on Friday as she took part in a protest against settlement expansion in Israeli-occupied West Bank. Israel's military said its troops had fired towards a male main instigator who posed a threat by hurling rocks at soldiers. The military was looking into reports that a female foreign national was killed as a result of shots fired in the area. The details of the incident and the circumstances in which she was hit are under review. The White House said it was deeply disturbed by the death of Ege and called on Israel to investigate. Turkey's foreign ministry said she was shot in the head and blamed Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government for her death. Palestinian officials described her as a 26-year-old activist from Seattle who held U.S. and Turkish citizenship. Ege's family described her as a fiercely passionate human rights activist who had recently participated in college campus protests against U.S. support for Israel's war in Gaza. A rise in violent attacks by Israeli settlers on Palestinians in the West Bank has stirred anger among Western allies of Israel, including the United States, which has imposed sanctions on some Israelis involved in the settler movement. Anti-immigration and anti-racism demonstrators face off in Glasgow with two sides chanting various slogans at one another and holding banners in support of their causes. Police were tasked with keeping the two sides separated, and at several points were seen tackling demonstrators. Glasgow City Council leader Susan Atkin called the demonstrations disappointing to see, but noted that the far-right turnout was smaller than expected. This most recent flare-up comes a few weeks after a wave of right-wing riots spread through the UK after false information spread that it was an asylum seeker was responsible for the Southport stabbings. Tens of thousands of people rallied on the streets of Tel Aviv on Saturday night as anti-government protesters joined forces with demonstrators calling for a deal to return the remaining hostages held in Gaza. 11 months into the war, numerous rounds of diplomacy have so far failed to clinch a ceasefire deal to end the conflict and bring the release of Israeli and foreign hostages held in Gaza. The latest conflict was triggered on October 7 when Islamist militant group Hamas killed 1,200 in a cross-border attack and took about 250 hostages, according to Israeli tallies. Israel's subsequent assault on the enclave has killed over 40,900 Palestinians, according to the local health ministry, while also displacing nearly the entire population of 2.3 million, causing a hunger crisis and leading to genocide allegations at the World Court, which Israel denies.
We have to shout loud that we have to bring them alive now. We cannot wait any longer. It's been enough, 11 months exactly today, that the people are dying in the tunnel. We cannot let it happen. We cannot go on with our life without thinking about them, without praying that they will come back home with us, and they're not supposed to be there.
That's a shame that good government represents us. It's a far away from what the people of Israel thinking, the majority.
The last week has made it clear that nobody can just sit still. If nobody will shout, people will use our silence. Unfortunately, our government is not thinking about the people, the citizens, about our lives or about our future. They only think, and I'm sorry for the word, but they only think about their ass, about the chair they're sitting on, about politics. They consider things that are irrelevant to people's lives, and they have the responsibility, and we do hold them accountable, and they are to blame for everything that is going on right now, for people dying, for soldiers dying, for hostages dying right now.
Family members of hostages still in Gaza have accused Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of being the obstacle to a deal that could return the remaining abductees. Prime Minister has faced heavy criticism from many in Israel for rejecting the withdrawal of Israeli troops from the so-called Philadelphia Corridor, the border area between southern Gaza and Egypt, one of the main sticking points in negotiations over a hostage deal and ceasefire. The families of many hostages, including some of the 6 whose bodies were recovered from a tunnel in southern Gaza on Sunday, September 1, have accused them of sacrificing their loved ones by insisting on keeping troops in the corridor. Netanyahu insists that maintaining control on Hamas was the best way to return the 101 hostages still remaining in Gaza.
Stand that continuing the military pressure will get the hostages killed. A week ago, we stood here and warned that for the sake of his own political survival, Netanyahu is willing to let the hostages be murdered in captivity. 6 dead hostages were then brought back in body bags, just a day after being executed by Hamas. The blood of the murdered hostages is on Netanyahu's hands. Their lives could have been saved through any of the many deals he sabotaged. The lives of some of the hostages can still be saved, but Netanyahu is Mr. Death. As long as Netanyahu remains in power, we will keep getting hostages back in body bags. Netanyahu must be removed from power in order to save the lives of the hostages and the country itself. We are turning to the coalition member who have a heart. Remove Netanyahu from his seat of power in order to save the lives of the hostages and the country itself. And to the public we say, keep filling the streets in full force. Your fight in the streets enables us to push for a deal.
Instead of securing a deal which will save the hostages and the country, Netanyahu is escalating the situation in the region and dragging Israel into a multi-frontal regional war, which will lead to more destruction. The public must come together over the next days and fight with all its might. We have no time to waste. This is the moment of truth.
Adebola Lookman and Victor Osimhen were on target for the Super Eagles of Nigeria at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations qualifiers match against the Cheetahs of Benin Republic at the Godswill Akpabio International Stadium on Saturday. Lookman broke the deadlock in the first half. Wilfred Ndidi puts the Atlanta winger through on goal, but failed to hit the target. Benin Republic's goalkeeper, Satuni Alagbe, made a superb save in the 9 Samuel Chukwueze 2 minutes before the half-hour mark. Super Eagles goalkeeper Stanley Nwabali had to be alert to stop Steve Morney's free kick 5 minutes before the break. With time running out in the first half, Lookman produced a moment of magic to give Nigeria the lead. The 26-year-old dribbled past 3 defenders before firing the ball into the net. The first chance of the second half fell to Nigeria, but Lookman wasted it. Benin Republic grew into the game with Money testing Nwabali from inside the box. However, substitute Victor Osimhen netted Nigeria's second 12 minutes from time. The powerful strikers dotted the ball home after Ndidi set him up. Lookman scored his second of the game in the 82nd minute. Super Eagles will take on Rwanda in their next game at the Amahoro Stadium in Kigali on Tuesday. England interim manager Lee Castley enjoyed a dream debut as goals from Declan Rice and Jack Grealish silenced their Ireland tormentors and inspired a 2-0 win in Saturday's Nations League opener in Dublin. Rice and Glerish, who both snubbed Ireland to represent England, scored in the first half of Castley's maiden game in charge for Gareth Southgate's exit. Southgate quit after England's heartbreaking Euro 2024 final defeat against Spain in July. Castley, who guided England under 21s to the European Championship glory last year, has stepped up on a temporary basis while the Football Association seek a permanent successor to Southgate. Newcastle boss Eddie Howe and former Chelsea manager Graham Potter are said to be among the leading contenders. But Castley's hope of landing a job himself were boosted by England's confident display in the Nations League Group B2 victory at the Viva Stadium. Belarusian Aina Sabalenka beat American 6th seed Jessica Pegula 7-5, 7-5 in the U.S. Open Women's Final on Saturday. Sabalenka blocked out the wild cheers from the home hope on Arthur Ashe Stadium to break Pegula at a final game and win her first title at Flushing Meadows. 30-year-old Pegula had waited a long time to reach her first major final, but could not match her opponent's raw power despite the noisy backing of a New York crowd. Sabalenka held her serve through a 4-deuce 11th game and fought through a spine-tingling 12th, mixing precision at the net with her usual power from the baseline before breaking her opponent on the 5th set point. Pegula struggled with her rackets throughout the match, complaining to her coaches as she seemed unable to find the right tension on her strings, and it looked as though she would not put up a fight in the second set when Sabalenka went 3-0 up. But the American found another level and brought the fans to their feet when she won the next 5 games in a furious fight back. Sabalenka leveled when she sent over a forehand winner that just kissed the line on a break point in the 10th game and sought to bring a swift end to the contest, holding serve and then applying pressure from the baseline in the final game. The tears flowed immediately for Sabalenka as she claimed a 3rd Grand Slam title after winning the Australian Open twice, and she high-fived fans as she ran up the stand to share a joyful celebration with our team. That's the news this hour. I am Barikumo Ado. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV, and I'm your host for today, Laomi Ademi. As always, this show will be packed with the latest buzz from the world of movies to music to celebrity news and interviews with wonderful guests. So you know that we are here to give you guys all the gists. So stay tuned. Like, I want you to just keep watching, stay with your screen, understand? So for our first news today, our first gist today, T.J. Omori's brother donates kidney to the music director. Famous Nigerian music director and cinematographer Thank God Omori Smith, commonly known as T.G. Omori or Boy Director, has revealed that his only brother recently donated a kidney to him. In a heartfelt update shared on Tuesday, TG Omori opened up about his health struggles. He announced on his official X account that the kidney transplant took place on Monday, August 26, 2024. On his Instagram story, TG Omori also shared photos of himself in a hospital bed receiving oxygen with a poignant caption, "Keep my spirits alive, I don't want to die." TG Omori's recent absence from the public eye has really sparked concerns and among his fans and all. So we know that TG Omori for a while now has been facing a lot of issues since he stopped smoking, and he needed a kidney. Then he posted on his Twitter page, that his darling brother helped him by donating a kidney. So fingers crossed, let's hope that everything works out well for TG Omori and he's back to give us amazing music as he usually does, because his fans have really missed him. They've really missed him. So TG Omori, please get well soon, recover soon. We want you back. So in other news, Afrobeat singer Omole has claimed that many of his colleagues, both in Nigeria and internationally, are emulating his unique style. In a recent Billboard interview, Omale asserted that he pioneered a new sound within Afrobeat, which he believes many artists are now copying. He said that the artists coming out from Nigeria right now, not just Nigeria, but even Afrobeats in general, are taking a bit of stuff. The stuff he started, and everyone is trying to copy something he stated. The artist behind the hit song So So also criticized prominent figures in Afrobeats genre for diluting the music to appeal to international audiences and increasing their earnings. He expressed dissatisfaction with the genre's current direction, noting an increasing presence of South African genre amapiano in Afrobeat clubs. Omale said that he couldn't recall the last time he heard a genuine Afrobeat track. It's mostly amapiano, he says, and that it's in the Afrobeat clubs now, not the authentic Afrobeats. So Omale is here calling out all his colleagues, all Afrobeat people, that please, we need Afrobeat back, like the true Afrobeats. Because it seems like most of the songs that are coming out now, which is meant to be Afrobeats, instead all we are seeing is amapiano sounds, amapiano beats. And as much as everyone loves amapiano, like everyone loves to like move, like the movements, the dances that follows alongside from the South African culture, which is really lovely. As much as we love it, we want Afrobeats back. The Afrobeat is Afrobeats. Let it be Afrobeats. Please do not mix it with amapiano and any other thing. So it's really bold of Omole to just come out. We know him as Afro depression singer or Afrofusion. Let's say Afrofusion. So we know him as Afrofusion singer, and he coming out to tell us that okay, every Afrobeat artist you see in there, they are copying my style. They are taking a bit out of. That shows a lot of confidence in what he does. Oh wow. He's like every other person. Please, I know you are copying me. I know you're trying to be like me. Wow. Then calling out people that okay, now they are watching Afrobeats music. Wow. It's that's another another story entirely. Well, like especially when I think few weeks back, yes, Buju Banton was also calling out Afrobeat singers that okay, how far now? Una know they do song where they help us, you understand? Like you're not more singing songs that really talks about Africa and everything. And now Omole, being an Afrobeat person, coming to now tell us that now they water this thing for international audience. Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot. So Afrobeats artists, please, what's going on? Please, we need your take on this. Are you truly watching the songs for international audiences, or maybe you're just trying to spice it up? Please let us know. Let us know, please. We need to know what's going on here. So in other news, Onyeka Onwenu was known for her versatile artistry. Notably, she won the 2006 Africa Movie Academy Award for Best Actress in Supporting Role for her performance in Widow's Cut. Now, the Nigerian actor and filmmaker
I've known Moses
Joseph Okechukwu has announced that his forthcoming film Oshu is featuring Onwenu alongside Peter Edochie will be premiering soon. In an interview with Nollywood, Okechukwu shared that since returning to Nigeria from the United States, that he has been very busy with various projects, with Oshu being the latest venture following a hiatus since 2017. He explained that the film represents his comeback, and he said that the movie caste system in Igbo land is something that predates even before our forefathers and is very popular. That if you want to get married in the Igbo land today, your parents would have to investigate your partner, trace his family, and to know if they are on the other side. He emphasized the film's significance, stating that no other movie has explored Oshu caste system with the depth and detail it really actually deserves. Nobody has been able to tell the story as explicit and exhaustively as it should be, he says. So he decided to take it on. He knew it was going to be capital intensive project, but he believed that they did their best and it's going to be a very good one. Oshu delves into the Oshu caste system, an ancient Igbo tradition marked by social segregation and prohibitions on interaction and marriage with Oshu individuals who are viewed as outcasts. Historically marginalized by Igbo deities, Oshu people are often seen as inferior compared to the Inwa Diala or Diala class, regarded as free or genuine members of the society. The film boasts of talented casts such as Maria Chike, ENUGU, Cynthia Okereke, Zach Orji, and Hilda Dokubo. Let's take a look at the interview.
I've known Moses for a very, very long time. In fact, Moses had known me longer than I had known him. And then we stayed in touch. Even when I traveled, I was always in touch with him. And I just knew him as a guy who likes to take, gigantic, risks, responsibly. And that's why today I'm not surprised that Moses is doing what he's doing. We are partners. He actually has a movie. I made a fairly big movie that I believe is going to be streamed very soon. So I gave it to him. The title is Osu, right? The Osuka system is something that is very popular. A lot of people know about it. Once you're an Igbo person, you know about Osu. And nobody has been able to tell that story as explicitly and as exhaustively as it should be told. And I believe we did our best with the quality of actors we used. Peter Edochie, the late Onyeka Onwenu of blessed memory, Cynthia Okereke, Zach Orji, Maria Big Brother, Hilda Dokubo, Enyina. So many people were in it. And it's not just about the stars. It's about the interpretation. It's about the way the story was written. I can't say too much about it. I'll just let people wait and see. Because if Moses is excited about something, you better sit back and watch.
So you've heard everything Joseph has to say about this movie. And you know that we've said it over and over that it's going to be starring the wonderful, wonderful veteran. Most people know as a singer-songwriter, but she's also an actress as well. And she actually acted in this movie before her passing. So we hope to see that, maybe at least a little glimpse of Onyeka Onwenu again, because I know so many people would actually love to see her, even if it's just once again and on screen as well. So her soul rest in peace, and we hope to really enjoy this movie, enjoy the Igbo culture that comes along with the movie and all. So yeah. In other news, Lil Baby, whose name is Dominic Jones, was arrested in Las Vegas on Monday night for possessing an illegal weapon. The rapper faces felony charges for carrying a concealed firearm without a permit and was taken to the Clark County Detention Center. He is currently being held on a $5,000 bail. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police have not yet been able to say that, okay, yeah, it is him that has the weapon and all, and his lawyers are also coming out to say that, okay, he has a permit for it and all, but we are still waiting for further details about the incident, and we hope that more information will come, and as more information comes, expect more updates as well. But this isn't the first time that Lil Baby has encountered legal troubles. In 2019, he was arrested in Atlanta for failure to signal, evading the police, and reckless driving as well. In 2021, he faced arrest in Paris for possession of marijuana. Lil Baby's attorneys, which is Drew Findley and David Chestnut, they are saying that Dominic Jones has a valid Georgia carrying a concealed weapon permit. We are actively investigating and the facts and circumstances surrounding his arrest in Las Vegas. So yeah, it's important to note that the Nevada does not recognize concealed carry permits that issued in Georgia. So we are seeing the wonderful artist Lil Babe, and we see that he got arrested for having a weapon, and seeing that it's not his first record as well. Let's just see how the story would unfold if he's truly carrying a weapon which is not permitted to. So let's see what would later happen. You can see that attorneys are working on it, and also let's just hope and look at everything goes well actually for the wonderful singer Lil Baby. So, and that's all for the news for today. We'll be going on a short break now. I have a wonderful guest that will blow your mind. That's the only way to describe it. He will blow your mind, and he's going to tell you a lot of things you need to know about the music production world. Yeah, so stay tuned. Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. And I'm your host for today, Laomi Ademi. As always, this show will be packed with the latest buzz from the world of movies to music to celebrity news and interviews with wonderful guests. So you know that we are here to give you guys all the gist. So stay tuned. Like, I want you to just keep watching, stay with your screen, understand? So for our first news today, our first gist today, T.G. Omori's brother donates kidney to the music director. Famous Nigerian music director and cinematographer Thank God Omori Smith, commonly known as T.G. Omori or Boy Director, has revealed that his only brother recently donated a kidney to him. In a heartfelt update shared on Tuesday, T.G. Omori opened up about his health struggles. He announced on his official X account that the kidney transplant took place on Monday, August 26, 2024. On his Instagram story, T.G. Omori also shared photos of himself in a hospital bed receiving oxygen with a poignant caption, "Keep my spirits alive, I don't want to die." T.G. Omori's recent absence from the public eye has really sparked concerns and among his fans and all. So we know that T.G. Omori for a while now has been facing a lot of issues since he stopped smoking, and he needed a kidney. Then he posted on his Twitter page, that his darling brother helped him by donating a kidney. So fingers crossed, let's hope that everything works out well for T.G. Omori and he's back to give us amazing music as he usually does, because his fans have really missed him. They've really missed him. So T.G. Omori, please get well soon, recover soon. We want you back. So in other news, Afrobeat singer Omole has claimed that many of his colleagues, both in Nigeria and internationally, are emulating his unique style. In a recent Billboard interview, Omole asserted that he pioneered a new sound within Afrobeat, which he believes many artists are now copying. He said that the artists coming out from Nigeria right now, not just Nigeria, but even Afrobeats in general, are taking a bit of stuff. The stuff he started, and everyone is trying to copy something he stated. The artist behind the hit song So So also criticized prominent figures in Afrobeats genre for diluting the music to appeal to international audiences and increasing their earnings. He expressed dissatisfaction with the genre's current direction, noting an increasing presence of South African genre amapiano in Afrobeat clubs. Omole said that he couldn't recall the last time he heard a genuine Afrobeat track. It's mostly amapiano, he says, and that it's in the Afrobeat clubs now, not the authentic Afrobeats. So Omole is here calling out all his colleagues, all Afrobeats people, that please, we need Afrobeats back, like the true Afrobeats. Because it seems like most of the songs that are coming out now, which is meant to be Afrobeats, instead all we are seeing is amapiano sounds, amapiano beats. And as much as everyone loves amapiano, like everyone loves to like move, like the movements, the dances that follows alongside from the South African culture, which is really lovely. As much as we love it, we want Afrobeats back. The Afrobeat is Afrobeats. Let it be Afrobeats. Please do not mix it with amapiano and any other thing. So it's really bold of Omole to just come out. We know him as Afro depression singer or Afrofusion. Let's say Afrofusion. So we know him as Afrofusion singer, and he coming out to tell us that okay, every Afrobeat artist you see in there, they are copying my style. They are taking a bit out of. That shows a lot of confidence in what he does. Oh wow. It's like every other person, please, I know you are copying me. I know you're trying to be like me. Wow. Then calling out people that, okay, now they are watching Afrobeats music. Wow. it's that's another another story entirely. Well, like especially when I think few weeks back, yes, Buju Banton was also calling out Afrobeat singers that okay, how far now? Una know they do song where they help us, you understand, like you're no more singing songs that really talks about Africa and everything, and now Omale being an Afrobeat person coming to now tell us that now they water this thing for international audience. Wow, that's a lot, that's a lot, that's a lot. So Afrobeat artists, please, what's going on? Please, we need your take on this. Are you truly watching the songs for international audiences, or maybe you're just trying to spice it up? Please let us know, let us know, let us know, please. We need to know what's going on here. So in other news, Onyeka Onwenu was known for her versatile artistry. Notably, she won the 2006 Africa Movie Academy Award for Best Actress in Supporting Role for her performance in Widow's Cut. Now, the Nigerian actor and filmmaker
I've known Moses
Joseph Okechukwu has announced that his forthcoming film Oshu is featuring Onwenu alongside Peter Edochie will be premiering soon. In an interview with Nollywood, Okechukwu shared that since returning to Nigeria from the United States, that he has been very busy with various projects, with Oshu being the latest venture following a hiatus since 2017. He explained that the film represents his comeback, and he said that the movie caste system in Igbo land is something that predates even before our forefathers and is very popular. That if you want to get married in the Igbo land today, your parents would have to investigate your partner, trace his family, and to know if they are on the other side. He emphasized the film's significance, stating that no other movie has explored Oshu caste system with the depth and detail it really actually deserves. Nobody has been able to tell the story as explicit and exhaustively as it should be, he says. So he decided to take it on. He knew it was going to be capital intensive project, but he believed that they did their best and it's going to be a very good one. Oshu delves into the Oshu caste system, an ancient Igbo tradition marked by social segregation and prohibitions on interaction and marriage with Oshu individuals who are viewed as outcasts. Historically marginalized by Igbo deities, Oshu people are often seen as inferior compared to the Inwa Diala or Diala class, regarded as free or genuine members of the society. The film boasts of talented casts such as Maria Chike, ENUGU, Cynthia Okereke, Zach Orji, and Hilda Dokubo. Let's take a look at the interview.
I've known Moses for a very, very long time. In fact, Moses had known me longer than I had known him. And then we stayed in touch. Even when I traveled, I was always in touch with him. And I just knew him as a guy who likes to take, gigantic, risks, responsibly. And that's why today I'm not surprised that Moses is doing what he's doing. We are partners. He actually has a movie. I made a fairly big movie that I believe is going to be streamed very soon. So I gave it to him. The title is Osu, right? The Osuka system is something that is very popular. A lot of people know about it. Once you're an Igbo person, you know about Osu. And nobody has been able to tell that story as explicitly and as exhaustively as it should be told. And I believe we did our best with the quality of actors we used. Peter Edochie, the late Onyeka Onwenu of blessed memory, Cynthia Okereke, Zach Orji, Maria Big Brother, Hilda Dokubo, Enyina. So many people were in it. And it's not just about the stars. It's about the interpretation. It's about the way the story was written. I can't say too much about it. I'll just let people wait and see. Because if Moses is excited about something, you better sit back and watch.
So you've heard everything Joseph has to say about this movie. and you know that we've said it over and over that it's going to be starring the wonderful, wonderful veteran. Most people know as the singer-songwriter, but she's also an actress as well. And she actually acted in this movie before her passing. So we hope to see that, maybe at least a little glimpse of Onyeka Onwenu again, because I know so many people would actually love to see her, even if it's just once again and on screen as well. So her soul rest in peace, and we hope to really like enjoy this movie, enjoy the Igbo culture that comes along with the movie and all. So yeah. In other news, Lil Baby, whose name is Dominic Jones, was arrested in Las Vegas on Monday night for possessing an illegal weapon. The rapper faces felony charges for carrying a concealed firearm without a permit and was taken to the Clark County Detention Center. He is currently being held on a $5,000 bail. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police have not yet like been able to say that okay, yeah, it is him that like has the weapon and all, and his lawyers are also coming out to say that okay, he has a permit for it and all. But we are still waiting for further details about the incident, and we hope that more information will come. And as more information comes, expect more updates as well. But this isn't the first time that Lil Baby has encountered legal troubles. In 2019, he was arrested in Atlanta for failure to signal, evading the police, and reckless driving as well. In 2021, he faced arrest in Paris for possession of marijuana. Lil Baby's attorneys, which is Drew Findley and David Chestnut, they are saying that Dominic Jones has a valid Georgia carrying a concealed weapon permit. We are actively investigating and the facts and circumstances surrounding his arrest in Las Vegas. So yeah, it's important to note that the Nevada does not recognize concealed carry permits that are issued in Georgia. So we are seeing the wonderful artist Lil Babe, and we see that he got arrested for having a weapon, and seeing that it's not his first record as well. Let's just see how the story would unfold if he's truly carrying a weapon which is not permitted to. So let's see what would later happen. You can see that attorneys are working on it, and also let's just hope and look at everything goes well actually for the wonderful singer Lil Baby. So, and that's all for the news for today. We'll be going on a short break now. I have a wonderful guest that will blow your mind. That's the only way to describe it. He will blow your mind, and he's going to tell you a lot of things you need to know about the music production world. Yeah, so stay tuned. Yeah, you're still on to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. And like I said earlier, I have a wonderful guest with me. He's a music producer, and he has been doing this for a while now. Like, you can say he's a boss in the game. He has a whole lot of knowledge of music production, and he's going to share the knowledge with us so that we can also learn how to get good quality sound and know what good quality sound sounds like. Understand? So without much ado, let me introduce to you my wonderful guest, Nedum Chima. I guess, right?
Ages, yes.
Ages. Oh, so wonderful to have you here.
It's great to be here.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I'm glad that you're doing great. So to start teaching today, because at this point we are here to teach us. So to start this gist today, I want you to tell us a bit about your journey through music production and what inspired you to pursue the career of music production.
Okay, music production has been, I've been into this for a while, yes. It was back then in school when we were still trying to know our left from our right, you know. So we had this project we wanted to do in school, where we gathered most of the people in our university then. That was UNIZIC some years ago. So we started a project to get some good musicians, you know, good artists, rappers, you know, R&B singers and everybody in school. So that project actually was like a kickstart to the music production journey. So it was then we started exploring some of the recent tools, you know, music production. It wasn't so big then. You know, they were still doing more of analog. So it was then we started exploring the digital, which is now very wide, a lot of softwares you can use to produce music. Then you just have to bring the piano, bring the guitar, somebody will play the piano. So it was more like live recording. So that was one of the productions we did that was like digital, you know. And we were able to get quite a lot of musicians, you know, out there. Some of them are doing well, you know, right now. And it was actually what kickstarted the music production journey, yeah.
Okay. So who would you say are the producers or musicians you met that influenced your journey as on the way?
Okay, then the major musician that was we are really close, Jay Martins, was a close person. As well, Fino was there too, you know, and quite a whole lot of other people. So we all started, you know, back then, you know, nobody was, you know, but everybody now knows his left from his right, and, you know, everybody's established, and it's quite nice, you know.
Yes, no, most times most people don't really like pay attention to something until it's doing well.
Until it's doing well, yes, yeah. At that early stage when the person is trying to get, you know, still trying to understand, okay, let me try this one. He tries this one, it doesn't work. He tries this one, it doesn't work. So when you are now able to gather yourself together and you try one and this works and you stick to it, people are like, wow. But they didn't know you've been there. you know, for some years, yeah. So that's how it is.
That's amazing. Can you tell us some key elements you focus on when you are trying to create good music or quality music?
Wow, that's like a university lecture.
Wow, really? Just give us.
Okay, well, when you talk about good music, there are a lot of factors you have to think of. One is the technical side, which is your equipment and all that. Then the other side is the hands-on, you know, people that are managing the system. You understand? So the technical side is a whole lot. I don't know how to go into that, but what it entails is that on the technical side you have the music producer, you know, and then you have the sound engineer. So these are two different people altogether. So the music producer focuses on getting the sound you need, while the sound engineer focuses on enhancing what the music producer has gotten to make it come out well. So the sound engineer can have a lot of limits. So, but what differentiates a good sound engineer and a bad sound engineer is the engineer's ability to listen to sound. So if a good sound engineer is someone that understands, if he listens to the sound, okay, this is what I need to put on this person's voice to make it go like this. I need to add this compressor to the voice. I need to add this reverb. I need to add this delay and all that. So when you now hear the music, you're like, wow, this person has a good voice. But it's the quality of the sound engineer that you have. So the quality of your producer has to do with the selection of the sounds. So, but for both of them, it still has to do with your ability to train your ears to listen. Do you understand? So training your ears to listen means you have to listen and listen to a whole lot of music, a whole lot of different genres of music. And then when you listen, you take out some of those, okay, this is how this voice, this could be the compressor this person added to this voice. Then you go and try it yourself, see if it works. Do you understand? So it's a journey that you have to be consistent, you know, keep doing. And so getting a quality sound is not an easy.
It's not a day's work.
It's not a day work. It's something that you have to keep practicing, and there are lots of materials online you can use. So the basic thing you have to train is your ears.
Yes.
Yes, your ears is the basic thing you have to train. Once you can train your ears very well, you can do wonders. Music is such that anybody can form music with anything. You can use the bird can be, you can just go and record the bird somewhere, you know, and you can form music. I've seen somebody form music with just got water in his house and he's beating water and he records the water. Wow. And when you hear it, you won't know, okay, this was what this guy did. But it's because he trains his ears. He says, okay, this is the sound that comes out from the water. I can manipulate the sound to get what I want in this production. Do you understand? So it's a whole lot of lecture. Is a full year lecture.
It seems like I've made you a lecturer today. Wow. And I like the fact that you mentioned being able to see music in your environment.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, being able to see music in your environment, you know, both for the songwriter and for the producer too. Yes.
So it's not just the job of the songwriter to be able to, you know, because usually people always focus more on like the songwriter having like enough inspiration and being able to find sound everywhere and everything. No one really looks at the music producer as well. Now, how good is this person with sound?
With sound, yes. So it goes both ways. Yeah, it goes both ways. Most people, what they do now, you just give them your sound, and you work with your sound and sing on top of your sound. You understand? So it goes both ways. Yes.
Okay. Talking about that, can you just talk us through your work process, the flow of you creating a sound?
Okay, the work process starts with the artist. Now, at times, so somehow it has changed. It's no longer like that. But the regular work process, it starts with the artist, and then from the artist to the producer, then from the producer to the sound engineer. So the sound engineer focuses on the output of the music, the general output, the vocals, working on the sounds the producer has made to make it come out well, putting all the effects in it for the quality of the sound to be top-notch. So the producer focuses on selection of sound. I think we say that selection of sound. So the artist focuses on the inspiration, you know, trying to get the words together. The artist as well can, most artists now understand production. So some of them can come and say, okay, can you add this to this song? This is what I feel like will work for this song. This can work for this song. Do you understand? So, but now it's a little bit different now because most musicians will just tell you, just send me all your beats, all your sounds. Let me listen to them. Some of them can stay on your sound, listen to your sound, and get inspired, and they're able to write music. You know, so it's still, it goes both ways. It can start with the artist, it can start with the producer.
Okay, so anyone can begin
the music making process, yes.
Music making process.
Yeah.
That's good. So how have you been able to balance being creative and being precise technically?
Okay, being creative, somehow two of them are still, how will I put it? Two of them, they still come hand in hand. You understand?
Okay.
So,
The
but
technicality
but one thing I say, if you have a good musician or a good artist with a bad engineer or a bad sound, you still produce a bad music. If you have a very good engineer, top-notch quality sound equipment, and very bad artist, you still produce bad music. So the creativity is very important as well as the technicality. Both of them are very, very vital.
At what point does it leave creativity and become jargons? Do you understand? Like, you know, there are some things that you put together, like we said, technicalities for you to say, okay, yeah, you've created a sound. Then, and you know, being creative kind of like blurs the lines of those things, those technicals that we know. So at what point would you say, this has these jargons and this is being creative?
You know, that one lies, depends on, that one totally, okay, well, I won't really say it lies on the artist, you know. So some artists can just go, you know, pop up words and just start singing, you know, and they are not creative, you know. So, but also the producer as well needs to be very creative, you know, understand what he wants to do, achieve, and not just, you just come and you just start creating anything. So creativity still works both ways. So, but most musicians now are not so creative, I must say, you know. So, but we also need to encourage them to try and create music, not just anything that comes to your head, you just dish it out there, you know.
Okay, I understand that. Would you say, as a music producer, that most of your sounds are similar? Because I have heard of people saying things like that, where, okay, this sound is the same, it sounds like the same thing, because it's the same person that produced the sound.
Okay, so what most producers do, and I won't really blame them, so when a producer produces a hit, let me say he produced a song for Flavor and it becomes a hit, another artist will call you, maybe Tiwa will call you, say, please, can you do something similar to what you did for Flavor? Another person will call you, can you do something similar to what you did for Flavor? So you just have to go back to your backlog and still work with basically the same synthesizers you use and all that to try and produce something for another artist. So most of them are based on the artist's request, you know. And then also some producers feel like, okay, this is the current trend, so let's just do something like this, and you know, definitely to fly, because people just love that kind of sound. That's what is in vogue now, you know. But it's not good. It's always good to be the one starting up a process. Do you understand? And not just be on the regular with, you know, trying to follow the trend. Yes.
Okay. I want to ask a technical question. How important is mastering in the final quality of your track? Like, and how do you approach it?
Mastering is very, very, very important, but the major work is your mixing. Yes, once your mix is good, mastering, a lot of plugins can just work out for your mind. Most times in mastering, you don't really have to go and start tweaking this. You can just place it on your master software and then select different outputs, and then you now listen to each output and be like, okay, this one is good, and then you start tweaking that particular output that you hear. So, but if your mix is bad, no matter the kind of mastering you do, you can never get the best output. So mastering is good, but the most important is your mix. That's the most important.
Mix is more important.
It's more important, yeah, than mastering, yes.
Okay. And this, your journey of music production, what would you say have been the challenges that you faced, and how did you overcome them?
Okay, we have a lot of challenges, so, you know, so like I said, told you earlier, musicians want you to reproduce what you've done earlier, which is not good. Most times you just want to be like, okay, can I do something? I said, no, just do it for me the way I want it. You know, so it's a challenge on the creativity aspect of producers. So most times what you do is you try as well to bring out another good quality sound. Keep bringing out quality sounds, keep bringing out quality sounds, and then who knows, another one can be a hit, and then that also follows. So the major challenge there is ability of trying not to focus on just one particular style of production as a producer, you know, because of the demands you have. You know, so you can always overcome it by try to do something. I'll be doing other productions. I'll just keep on the archive. You never know which one can also fly.
Would you say finances, funding, I would say, are challenges that music producers face as well?
Yeah, currently, I would say the way it is now is easier for you as a producer. Because once you have a laptop and you download your softwares, you can always produce. Do you understand? You can always produce. So the challenge there will be maybe acquiring of extra equipments like your sound card and then your mixers and all that. But basically, if you want to start up as a music producer, it's very easy.
Now?
Yes,
compared
now.
Compared to then?
Then you have to start thinking of, okay, I have to get a place, do my acoustics, get my sound card, maybe get a good microphone and all that. Wow. Do you understand? So, but now it's still like that. But once you have a good laptop, you can start. Because most musicians have studios in their houses. So you start up, they can call, okay, can you come to my house and record? They can go to their houses and record. But if you're able to start, so I'm not trying to, what I'm trying to say is, no matter the level of finance you have, you can always kick off as a producer. So it's easier now, unlike then.
Okay. You mentioned something about sound engineer and a music producer. You really gave us like a way to differentiate between the two. But I have a question. Are there instances when someone doubles as both?
Yes, a lot of instances. You can double as both, yes.
Would you say you do that as well?
I do that, but I try to also get an external sound engineer to, depending on the song I want to do, I say, okay, this guy is a good sound engineer for this song. I can send it out to him. Can you mix this for me? So, but there are ones you feel like, okay, I can do this myself, and then you mix yourself, you know. So, but it's always good to allow people to do what they are good at doing, you know, focus on your own, and then, but you can actually be the two of them together. You can, it's possible, yeah.
That's nice, that's nice. So, tell us a bit about how you communicate with your artists. Like, how do you ensure that, okay, what they are giving you is what you need for the sound you're trying to create?
Wow, that's a big question. Well, it depends on, it depends on your relationship with the artist. Some artists may not understand. If you tell them, okay, this is not good, they'll take it personal. No, how are you trying to say I'm not? Do you understand? So, it depends on your relationship with the artist. Yes. Then your relationship with the artist, you now know how you can communicate. Do you understand? Communicate with the artist to tell him, okay, can you try this? Can we try this like this and see how this works? You know, so it depends on how you relate with the artist, you know. So, but most times, if you try to enforce it, you can say, okay, I'm going to force it. You must do what I want to do. I don't always believe that. It's not always good, yes, because everybody also has something to offer. Maybe what he's trying to bring in, maybe that particular verse or chorus is bringing in may work at the end of the day. It must not be your own. So it's just about communication and understanding. Yeah.
Have there been instances where you've had to like reject working with some artists because of you want to keep the quality of your works, like the sounds you've produced with artists?
Yes, of course, a lot of instances. You can see some artists that they don't really deliver well on a particular song. You'd be like, okay, I don't want to be part of this. Maybe you can still go ahead with it, but my name should not be on it and all that, you know. So it's better to select those that you know, okay, these people can deliver, than just having to spoil a relationship at the middle of it. So it's better early, understand the person you want to work with, see, okay, can I work with this person? If I can't work, I can recommend, okay, why not try this other person? This person can give you a better sound, you know that, yeah.
Okay. Can you tell us a bit about some of the collaborations you've had that maybe led to a very wonderful sound?
Quite a lot. Nkoli was a good one. There are some other songs, quite a couple of songs. Nkoli was with Jim Martin's Fino Around Town. Then they did the remix with MI and all that came out well. Quite a couple of them. A lot of songs too I did with a lot of artists, Orishifemi, Mr. 2K and some other people, yeah.
Wow, Orishifemi, Mr. 2K. The names I'm hearing really just point out the fact that I said veteran, someone that has done this for a long time. I know, it's amazing to hear, like, learn about music and music from you. It's amazing.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
So yeah, do you have a genre or style of music that you prefer as a music producer?
Well, I've tried to explore house, trying to bring house down to Africa at some point. Then it worked with some songs. Then I also tried out the normal Afro, the regular Afro, but with trying to get the vocals to do more of the work than the instruments. So you have more vocals doing the instrumentation work than the instrument itself. And some songs, it worked out well, you know.
Okay, can you give us give an advice to aspiring music producers that might be watching this, so that they can know the things they should do and things they shouldn't do?
Okay, aspiring music producers, try to understand yourself. Everything about music is also about your personality. Your personality is your music. So know your personality. And then your personality, you'll be able to know, okay, these are the kind of sounds I like. This is the kind of music that goes with my personality. And then you focus on it and keep doing it and keep doing it. With time, you get so good in it, and then you'll be on the market. You'll be a hot demand. So focus on yourself. Don't compare yourself with another person. Don't try to do what other person is doing. Don't try to say, okay, I want to be like, no, you have to be original. You understand? And originality has everything to do about you. Of course, you must be talented first. It must be a talent you have. That's number one. So then you understand your personality, and then understand this kind of sounds that work, that you appreciate and you can easily work with. Yes, and then with that, you keep improving on it. With time, you'll be good.
Thank you so much. I'm sure that if you heard that, you've learned a lot already. You already know there are some things that you should just, hold this with your left hand, because you don't eat with it. Like the way elders used to say, like, all the things with your left hand, so you don't eat with it. So anyway, so please do well to pay attention to this, your personality, like you said. To make sure you are staying true to yourself the kind of music that inspires you, right?
Yeah.
So thank you so much for that. So we'll be leaving music production a bit. I want to play a game with my lovely guest. Yes. Want to see if he's as good with games as he's good with music.
Okay,
so,
let's try.
Since I know that, okay, we're dealing with a veteran here. Let's not give him social media abbreviations as we used to. Well, I'm going to give you riddles. We're playing a game of riddles. At least riddles is something that everyone can relate to. So for our first riddle, I'll be asking you, what month of the year has 28 days?
It's February.
Is that your final answer?
28 days.
Yes.
Okay, every month of the year actually has 28 days.
Oh my God, you're so smart. Yes, he got it. Wow, I was already expecting you to say February, but that's your final answer. Because most people feel like, okay, 28 days February.
I have to understand the question well.
That's good, that's good. Okay, I'll be giving you another one.
I hope that's the last one.
I am tall when I'm young. I am short when I'm old. What am I? Tall when I'm young, short when I'm old. What am I?
Wow. That's serious, though. I really can't.
Try. Should I give you like a hint?
I don't mind, honestly.
You don't mind? Okay, it is a source of light. That's the hint I can give you.
Is it the sun? Source of light.
It is a source of light. I'm giving you a hint. I'm not telling you. Tall when you're young, short when you're old.
Wow.
It's an ancient source of light. It's ancient, but like traditional source of light in a way. Let me tell you the answer. Candle.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
I see.
I really tried though. I gave him a lot of
You tried.
hints. I tried. I gave you a lot of
You
hints.
tried.
It's been so wonderful having you here.
It's a pleasure.
Like talking with you, learning about music. At this point, I think maybe Mr. can be holding mini classes with what I've learned here today. Thank you so much for coming around.
Thank you for having me.
We hope that as people watch this, they can also learn one or two. And please continue to do what you do best,
Thank
which
you.
we enjoy. So everyone, that's all we have for entertainment show today. E-Vibes, don't forget. You can always watch us tomorrow, next tomorrow, Monday to Fridays, please guys, by 1 p.m. On YouTube we are live, on Facebook we are live. You can also follow us on all our social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube. We're live 24/7. Please do well to smash that subscribe button. At this point, I'm not even saying click, smash it. Let's know that you are here. So subscribe to our YouTube channel and continue to enjoy this daily dose of entertainment. I was still your host, Laomi Adeyemi, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Bye.
You remember what happened when the president came in and removed subsidy? Though we've not gotten to that point. But all these things are accumulation of poor preparations. You see, if you are going into anybody that wants to drive will first of all learn to drive. If you want to do anything, you learn it. But in Nigeria, you learn by just name. And you run into the system. And when your car breaks down, you look for the best mechanic, not minding the tribe, not minding the religion.
But Nigeria is sick. Nigeria is like a car with a lot of, but we keep on hiring the worst people on the basis of tribe and religion sentiments. How will it work? Look at NNPC. Even as we talk, we've been complaining that needs total overhauling because the people there do not show any sign have the capacity to run the system. Even after removing fuel subsidy, we've not gone out from. In fact, it's like we are fast running back to what we left before. You remember years back, we stopped experiencing queues in filling stations. Now it's coming back, and coming back with speed. As we talk, there is no PMS price in Nigeria. You cannot say that as I'm going in station A, I know how much it should be, or you are going to finish station B. No, once you go in, whatever you see, you buy. You can come in now and they will write, like when I was coming out, the filling station where I bought fuel, 950 naira. Go to other states, it's 1,000 plus. And just like that. If I take it to be 1,950 naira now, I may enter another fuel station and see 1,100 or whatever. That is the way it has become. Even the Department of Petroleum Resources that we had before, they tinkered it without changing any of the systems. So I must tell you that the stories that are about vessels loading from this point to they have even brought in middle persons and so many bureaucratic approach that will help them cut corners. They divert all those. In fact, even as we talk, the quantity of product leaving the country illegally is another issue. If the nearby countries are getting our products, but the city cannot get it, that is an issue. Where do they get the ones that ship out, they transfer to nearby countries like Niger, Cameroon, illegally? Go to Cotonou, you see our products illegally transferred, even as we talk. If you are telling us that it's because of mother and daughter transfer and whatever, that is why we are thunderstorm, you could get the quantity that is being moved out, then something is wrong. Let me tell you, what is happening in the power sector, or rather oil sector, is a collaboration of mindsets. And they know what they are doing. They collaborate to punish Nigeria. And except the system is overhauled, and except those in the key players in government, except they determined to do the right thing, it will continue. The first thing you do is to hire the right people, and also to make people understand that if anything, they will be held accountable. Not for them to come and produce new English. Watch the next one that will come, if it gets worse. They will come and tell us another gram again. They will tell you, I will have enough, don't go into panic buying, yet you see it worsening. So, continuing. So, that is the question. Has it been a continuous thunderstorm every moment, every day? That is the question.
In fuel pump price, which is very high, it's affecting the spending habits of citizens. It's making it very hard. If fuel subsidy is to be introduced, I think it will make spending habits of consumers to be less, and the unit price of commodities will reduce because the transportation costs will reduce, which will make life easy for us to live.
It's really an issue that has been lingering for a very long time now. I remember coming down here to this venue today and I saw the queue in the NNPC filling station, and I feel that this is part of the reason why we're having the hike in prices of things, and something can be done. The NNPC can do something about this to make sure that fuel is readily available to every part of Nigeria.
Like now I'm doing business and I want to purchase something. I can't buy it normal price. The price will go higher, and at the end of the day, I cannot even get what to eat. I cannot see money to buy what I will eat with my baby. So it's really very hard for us to survive.
The issue is quite alarming and so disheartening because most of us have a lot of things to do. Like where you used to go to 200 is now 500. Where somebody that is an average worker, maybe a sales girl that is being paid 30K. Imagine your transport fare every day. You might just, half of your money will be gone for just transportation. It doesn't only affect our transportation, it also affects our daily living. The thing used to, even biscuits, that one hurts me. I'm seriously saying it. Biscuit that used to buy 16 naira is now 120. And 150 on is now 300. Imagine students like us, how we are going to be surviving and how we are going to be managing ourselves. Some of us in school, they are the one catching for ourselves. So when you combine these two school activities and daily living, it's quite alarming.
To be honest, me, in school, I trekked from the hostel to the gate because the transport fare was 70 naira, but now it is 150. So the increment is is so overwhelming that I prefer trekking. Like I rather trek than to spend 150 naira. It's a lot on transport, and the distance is actually so short compared to what it was before. So aside transportation, it has also affected the cost of feeding. Yes. Because if you want to, if you want to buy pepper now, pepper that was, let me say, 20, 15 naira, it's just for 200 naira. Now I don't know what it is now. So both feeding, accommodation, because your agent will also add transportation to go check the building, and all this, like, it's numerous. It's even the school fees has increased. Our school fees has increased.
The only way to cure crisis in Nigeria is to get a government that will think of getting a policy that will take us from consumption to production. It will not take us 6 months or 1 year for any government to plant, to build agricultural concerns everywhere and plant, go to farms and get people to farm. And Nigeria, we do not have any reason why we should be begging for food in Nigeria, because more than 75% of Nigerian lands are uncultivated. They are just there wasting. So push tractors, push people. We can't be begging food from a war-torn country like Ukraine. It has gotten to that level. So the moment we begin to go into the farms, begin to produce material, agricultural materials, we'll feed ourselves and people will be happy.
Because of food inflation in Nigeria now, first of all, is what we call in economic terms materials theory. Materials theory is when population is growing. When population is growing at a geometric rate, and why food production is growing at arithmetic rate. That means population is growing at 2, 4, 8, 16. While food is growing 2, 4, 6, 8. The pace of the growth of population is far higher than our population is rising, while our population is getting lower. So the demand outweighs the supply.
The causes of food inflation or hardship is tied to government policies. For example, you saw last year, 2023, as at May last year, before the coming of the current administration led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the moment he made one declaration as a leader, everything up to date, somersaulted. So it's government policies, it's policies that can bring down inflation, bring down hardship, bring down cost of living, improve life expectancy. It's same policy that can reduce life expectancy, cause hardship and what have you. So it's policy.
The problem is not reducing the import duties fee. The problem is this fuel subsidy issue. He should just remove it and let it go. If today he announced that fuel is back to where it is, I'm telling you things will come down.
Imagine you go to Ogun State, you buy gari 1,005 per bag, and coming down here, you are paying about 20,000 or 10,000 transport. Definitely the bag of gari is not 1,005 again. So that's what I think lead to, and the tax that they are increasing here and there. In my workplace, I manage with one restaurant. They refuse to add this annual salary because every year they add salary. They refuse to add because light, water, and the building, everything, the tax have increased. So they refuse to even add our salary. They are not even doing Nigeria good with this, their tax or whatever, except if they are extorting. This one, I see it as extortion from poor people and giving it to the big people.
A very good morning to you and welcome to a new day on Signature Television. And like we always say, when a new day comes, new ideas, new opportunities, and of course, new possibilities. And we have so much lined up for you this morning. Of course, I'm going to be your host. I'm Chigi Chiagoram. So stick around. We have a lot of discussions to bring you away, of course, to inform you, to educate you, and to entertain you. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will hit your space with newspaper headlines and review. Stay with us. Welcome back. And if you're just joining us, this is still Signature TV New Day. And this segment, we are going to be taking newspaper reviews. We're going to be reviewing and, of course, outlining some of the headlines that have been making waves across Nigerian dailies. And first up is Nation. On the Nation today, right above the mast, Presidency accepts Tinubu spokesperson Ngelale's resignation with a rider that says his privacy should be respected. And then right below the Nations, on the Nation mast, boldly written in red, the name Dangote, free to fix petrol price. but no guarantee it will be cheaper coming from NNPCL, with a rider that says, manufacturers lament new price regime. IPMAN president crisis will be over soon. Nance opts out of protest. And finally, on The Nation, teen killers on the prowl, tragic rise of child cultists. And following The Nation is Sunday Independent. On Sunday Independent, boldly written in front of the newspaper is, CSOs predict trouble as federal government fails to tame fuel crisis, with riders. Analysts thought president's economic team will shut down streets in protest come October 1, coming from TIB. That will be found on page 2. And above the mast of the Sunday Independent, lawyer seeks compensation for victims of gas leak in Akwa Ibom State, coming. The news will be found on page 7 on Sunday Independent. Ban on Togo, Benin Republic degrees. Stakeholders want Tinubu's intervention on page 6. And on page 8, masquerades attack APC campaign train in Edo. We're still on Sunday Independent. APC's 9 years worse than PDP's 16 years, coming from Lukman. And finally, on the Sunday Independent, protesters' treason trial will be catastrophic. Concerned Nigerians warn, ask federal government to drop all charges against protesters and release them. That is on page 3 of the Sunday Independent. And quickly, on the Punch, on the Sunday Punch today, treason charges against protesters reckless. Lawyers, CSOs knock FG. Chinese firms didn't tell court that seized planes were presidential jets, coming from Ondoka. NNPC conditions. Dangote refinery may dump local markets and export petrol, with riders that say, we are ready to buy at any price, says marketers. Motorists crowd NNPC stations for fuel. This can be found on page 3 of the Sunday Punch. Anti-party PDP panel gets report on Wike, Ortum, and Makinde. Tales of women disabled by health workers' negligence during childbirth. And finally, on Sunday Punch, heartbreaking stories of men damaged by paternity fraud. This has become a real issue in recent times. On Tribune, Sunday Tribune, right above the mast, while we are pushing for Ganduje to vacate chairmanship post, North Central Forum chairman. This will be found on page 14 on the Sunday Tribune. Saudi Arabia retains Nigeria's 95,000 slots for 2025 Hajj. Interesting. Exclusive. Shake-up in Tinubu's cabinet imminent, with riders. Non-performing ministers to go. List of their replacements ready. This will be found on page 2. Resolve your differences, save Nigeria. APC former vice chairman urges opposition party. And finally, on Sunday Tribune, new fuel price, fresh troubles, more burden for small and medium business owners, with riders that say manufacturing, petty businesses may die, job losses likely, coming from Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. Civil Society Coalition faults Tinubu's economic team. And finally, on our newspaper headline, Sunday Vanguard. Tough times, talking about petrol gains, tough times await parents, students, teachers as schools resume, with riders, proprietors, others devise ingenious ways to survive. NUT seeks hardship allowance. And still on Sunday Vanguard, we are not sole distributors of Dangote refinery products, coming from NNPCL. And finally, on Sunday Vanguard, talking about Edo 2024, Storm over campaign violence rages as Deputy Governor fires back at APC. All right, we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, newspaper review will ensue. Don't go anywhere.
You remember what happened when the president came in and removed subsidy? Though we've not gotten to that point. But all these things are accumulation of poor preparations. You see, if you are going into it, anybody that wants to drive will first of all learn to drive. If you want to do anything, you learn it. But in Nigeria, you learn by just name. And you run into the system. And when your car breaks down, you look for the best mechanic, not minding the tribe, not minding the religion. But Nigeria is sick. Nigeria is like a car with a lot of, but we keep on hiring the worst people on the basis of tribe and religion sentiments. How will it work? Look at NNPC. Even as we talk, we've been complaining that it needs total overhauling. Because the people there do not show any sign, have the capacity to run the system. Even after removing fare subsidy, we've not gone out from. In fact, it's like we are fast running back to what we left before. You remember years back, we stopped experiencing queues in filling stations. Now it's coming back, and coming back with speed. As we talk, there is no PMS price in Nigeria. You cannot say that as I'm going in station A, I know how much it should be, or you are going to finish station B. No, once you go in, whatever you see, you buy. You can come in now and they will write, like when I was coming out, the filling station where I bought fare, 950 naira. Go to other states, it's 1,000 plus. And just like that. If I take it to be 1,950 naira now, I may enter another fuel station and see 1,100 or whatever. That is the way it has become. Even the Department of Petroleum Resources that we showed before, they tinkered it without changing any of the systems. So I must tell you that the stories they are about vessels loading from this point to they have even brought in middle persons and so many bureaucratic approach that will help them cut corners. They divert all those. In fact, even as we talk, the quantity of product leaving the country illegally is another issue. If the nearby countries are getting our products, but the city cannot get it, that is an issue. Where do they get the ones that ship out, they transfer to nearby countries like Niger, Cameroon, illegally? Go to Cotonou, you see our products illegally transferred, even as we talk. If you are telling us that it's because of mother and daughter transfer and whatever, that is why we are thunderstorm, you could get the quantity that is being moved out, then something is wrong. Let me tell you, what is happening in the power sector, or rather oil sector, is a collaboration of mindsets. And they know what they are doing. They collaborate to punish Nigeria. And except the system is overhauled, and except those in the key players in government, except they are determined to do the right thing, it will continue. The first thing you do is to hire the right people, and also to make people understand that if anything, they will be held accountable. Not for them to come and produce new English. What's the next one that will come if it gets worse? They will come and tell us another gram again. They will tell you, I will have enough, don't go into panic buying, yet you see it worsening. So, continuing. So, that is the question. Has it been a continuous thunderstorm every moment, every day? That is the question.